clumsy pilot. The capacitor is empty. Clumsy pilot. Docking request accepted. Connecting. Our escape pod was destroyed and you died. Lucky for you that you have been reincarnated through an insurance claim. Warp drive active. Clumsy pilot. The capacitor is empty. clumsy pilot. Docking request accepted. Connecting. Our escape pod was destroyed and you died. Lucky for you that you have been reincarnated through an insurance globe. Warp drive active. You clumsy pilot. The capacitor is empty. You clumsy pilot.
Welcome to the second stream. You are here with Wally Martz and I. We will be taking care of you guys to get started here as we wait for our first match of the day, which will be This is Suslick Change My Mind versus No Spaceships for Old Men.
You want me to start? You want me to introduce myself?
Go ahead, Wally.
Okay. Hi, I'm Wally. I fly with Snuff. Done a couple Inger games. I've done some AT practices, and just like Eve, you know.
I'm also with Snuff, and I'm just waiting to see if we have the bans already for this next match. Suslik has banned Widow carries Gila. Well, no spaceship spared. Banned Hyena, Jackdaw, Cinnable. What do you think of those bans, Wally?
For the second set, they're interesting. Signable band's kind of strange, but guess they don't want anything fast.
Cinnable ban is strange. The Widow and carries, I think we're going to see a lot of. Those two, people don't like dance, people don't like jams, and those two combo together very well.
The Widow Jam's hilarious, so.
As you got experience with yesterday, yes.
Yeah, I mean, really, the only way I got reps that fight is I had to jam around Logi so they'd rep me, so that was cool.
That's one way to do it. Now, who do you think's gonna win this next match? We have Suslik versus No Spaceships. Personally, I think No Spaceships probably has a slightly better team, but their bans confuse me. I like the Suslik bans a lot
Yeah.
better.
The Sussex bands make more sense. The spaceship band is really hard to guess what comp they're bringing. They obviously got Frigg Logi, like we know that from the Jack the Hyena ban. I don't understand the signable ban. I think they just don't want to rush comp at all.
I haven't seen Cinnable in a rush comp very much. I feel like if you don't want to rush, you'd be better off trying to ban Sleipnir or CFI or something.
Yeah, I think by banning the signable, that was their attempt to do that, but I don't think they realized that they can just bring Orthros Sleipnirs.
Also true. Yeah, we saw quite a lot of the Orthrus with I think it was CFIs for kiting last yesterday, and we are seeing some future teams already banning out those sorts of ships, but I think we saw the symbol in maybe one match yesterday. I don't remember if it won or not.
Hold on, there's a handy dandy spreadsheet for this.
Oh yes,
as is with everything you need. The signable was in 8 different comps yesterday.
8? That is a lot more than I expected.
And they were in Mimitar Rush comps predominantly, with Sleipnir signable comps, Kizreal signable comps, stuff like that. So maybe that's their idea. They don't want to deal with quick angel ships.
That's fair. Yeah. I'm surprised that it got fielded that much yesterday. That is interesting. I'm looking at the bans from yesterday, and Cinnable was also banned just once yesterday.
Yeah.
The Kiz, which was Kiz and Sutton there, which both are big parts of that rush comp, each got banned 11 times total at this point. So it seems like they're the much more popular ban targets.
Yeah, that's very understandable.
Well, we're just talking about bans since we have to since we're waiting for the teams right now. What do you think was the most banned ship of the tournament so far?
Me?
Yeah, what do you think it was?
Gila Curse.
Yes. It's Gila at the top with 32 and Curse with 30.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
The third is Orthrus at 17. It's so far below.
Yeah. I mean, when you think about it, all these comps that use rapid lights for anything to do with like support or Frigology, we saw a lot of Nospreys, right? That was kind of the meta. Nospreys, Careful Navy, stuff like that. With the nerf to rapid lights, the Orthrus is the only one that retained that bonus for range. So it makes sense that they'd want that so that they're always in the effective range of their target.
Yeah, and that also puts some of the reasoning for why the Orthrus is third most popular here. See a lot of that weapon disruption in the top few bans. Sentinels up there as well. Carries also making the top 5.
Thankfully, not a lot of Widow bans, and hopefully they never ban Widow ever again.
There were only 6 Widow bans.
I think people are overreacting to the supreme piloting abilities of the Widow pilots that we saw from yesterday, and it's just a knee jerk reaction. Really, they should stop banning it.
The one ban I'm looking at these bans going over this. The only thing that's surprising to me is the Balgorn ban, because for at least when we've been swimming with it, it hasn't seemed that spooky. It's been kind of the road. Feel like the Geddon Navy has really pushed it out a lot.
Yeah, the Geddon Navy's just better in almost every way. No web bonus, obviously, but I don't know. The Bargus is, or not the Bargus. Sorry, the Balgorn is just not that great of a ship.
We didn't see. Let's go on down. See, there's a lot of unbanned ships. I'm seeing if I see any surprises in the no bans. Da, da, da.
I can't wait to see what they bring. I'm excited. What are you betting on right now? What are we betting on?
Oh, based on those bans,
I'll go first for spaceships. All right.
okay, what do you think spaceships is gonna bring?
I think they're doing like a Caldari comp, like Drake Navies or something like that.
Kaidi or Rush?
Either Ham or I can't. Obviously, it's impossible to guess, right? But I think it's going to be like a Caldari comp that is semi-fast. They just don't want the signables ramming and jamming them or scramming them. And then I'm guessing
Okay.
Scalpology.
That's something that makes sense. I think Sussex gonna have a Octodad style comp. Like 3 BCs, maybe 2 BCs, all medium turrets, fam.
That makes because they don't want to carries, they don't want a Widow to mess up their application. Does that make sense? Let's see how wrong we were.
Well, they should be landing shortly, but we will be waiting until the stream goes to that to talk about it.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, I think it's safe to say I was wrong.
Won't say much more than that. Yeah, so we were not correct. I don't know. I think the Suslick comp isn't that surprising. The Prof Navies, Deacon, Mahler, that sort of stuff. Abso, Prof Navy, Deacon, Mahler. Okay, so that's pretty much medium gun spam. Those are probably gun maulers. I'll take a look. Yet they are gun maulers. And what do you think of this?
The spaceships all right. First off, I think their bands were very interesting for the comp that they actually fielded. However, that the Molluses are going to be very, very annoying for the application of that Absolution and the Maulers. The Absolution, Navy Prophecy, and double Mauler comp, that's a lot of damage. And so maybe the Maulers are there to kind of offset some of that incoming damage. That's how they'll be fielded. And the Fleet Vigil is going to be pretty good for webs. Try to slow down anything that is trying to get away. Looks like a rush comp. I don't have the ability to look at the ships because I don't have a camera account. But just looking at that comp, it's probably a Mimitar rush.
Yes, those appear to be. Yep, those are ACs on the Sleps and on the Kiz. So that will be. I would say rushy, but they do have an Osprey. They aren't going full all in on the rush, and they do have 2 Molluses. So it'll be interesting. It's an interesting comp.
It's gonna be interesting.
It really will come down to if those Mollus piloting. If the Molluses get themselves blapped right at the start, it's going to fall apart quick for no spaceships. They need to keep those alive, and I think they'll be set.
All right, here we go.
Yep, they are moving. They are Molluses moving backwards immediately, trying to get
We're already seeing
out of the line of fire. That Deacon just got blasted.
Yeah.
Did I look at these guns wrong?
Brother, you may have.
I think I may have looked at these guns wrong.
I believe that is an Artie comp.
I believe that is an Artie comp. I thought I saw the spinning barrels. I didn't. That is Artie, and they have immediately deleted a Deacon.
Then the Mollis and the Vigil make way more sense for this comp.
Absolutely. That
So, I
Vigil
mean,
is
very quickly, that second Deacon's
likely.
going to go down. And
Yeah,
if
that
you can
Vigil
see,
likely has at least the paint.
they're mitigating all the damage coming in from the Prophecies and the Absolutions. With the Prophecies, though, considering that they are a hybrid comp, they could just set their drones onto a Mauler and let that trigger, but I don't see that happening. There's not a lot of drone aggro happening. They're just
Mitigating is a very light word for the fact that they have barely done any damage to
they're
anything
completely
here.
annihilating the ability for the Siberian Squad to do damage.
The Osprey is getting slightly tickled now, but this
But even still,
Deacon. It looks
Osprey
like they're
looks
starting to
like
get some guns on.
yep, we got rep drones going to the Osprey Navy. It looks like I'm also seeing damage drones going out to the Vigil Fleet issue. So they've identified they need to get rid of that Vigil Fleet issue. It's letting them apply too well to their Deacon, and that's their last logic.
Absolutely.
The
I
issue is
don't think it matters that there's only a
it
Deacon
doesn't.
left, because if they can punch through this Mauler anyways, then looks like they will be able to. What is the Deacon? The Deacon is slowly dying to drones right now while the Mauler is being shot.
They're doing a pretty good job of harassing the Deacon while they're killing off that Mauler, but I don't think it's needed. I think all their damage should be on the Mauler.
Well, Mauler does go down, and looks like they are finishing off the Deacon now before. Oh, I think that's just drones finishing off the Deacon, and their new primate is the Abso. Interesting choice. I think I would have wanted to clear a Prof Navy or a Mauler before going through that Absolution tank.
Yeah, the Absolution is going to definitely be the tankiest thing here. Navy Prophecies, lower HP, similar DPS. You can get rid of those much quicker, but at the same time, spaceships are there's no threat really to their fleet right now.
Moving to
There's less
Absolution also
DPS.
moves. Likely, it's been loaded with those stronger armor links, so clearing that will make clearing the other 3 remaining ships a lot faster. But yeah, since I will be honest, I think this match is pretty close to just decided unless no spaceships make a big mistake here. Do you think this was just a loss on comp choice, or do you think there was something that Susslit could have done differently in playing this out to give themselves a better chance?
So, looking specifically at comp choice, right? Most of the DPS on spaceships is Mimitar T2. The Absolutions and Navy Prophecies are not going to break that with any form of logic on grid. However, they are able to apply to the Osprey. It looks like they failed to get any form of attack on the Osprey, and I think that Vigil Fleet issue did a great job screening.
Yeah, they didn't really have any fast tackle, I think, was the issue with the comp choice. The mollies don't count, to be blunt. They're not fast enough. And neither of the Navy Profs aren't definitely gonna be running anything down either. I do wonder about that Osprey fit. Since he has just been sitting there at that armor, I don't know if he has an answer or if he's just buffer and just hasn't needed to get those rep drones on him since there aren't any right now.
I honestly, it's too hard to tell. He doesn't have enough shield damage to actually want to use an Antil. He's kind of holding it. Well, not only that, it's Mr. Caps. That guy's pretty well known. He's a phenomenal pilot. I think he's just managing that in case the worst possible scenario happens.
Yeah, I do think both these Prof Navies probably have about can't shoot beyond their nose lock range right now. So there's nothing to really be afraid of.
Yeah, I can't. There's nothing you can do when you've got 2 Molluses versus 2 DPS ships. Like, you just have to ram with the Processing Navies, but they are not fast enough. And if you see right now, Vigil Fleet issue keeps putting webs on Vanya over and over again. Every time it gets close, gets webbed, and then it's right back into being full damp. It's very frustrating to be on that side of it.
Yeah, this was very, very well played by No Spaceships for Old Men. Just they didn't really give Suslick a chance in this. Now it's just a very slow grind through the remaining Prof Navy HPs.
There is no universe in which spaceships is going to lose here unless they all just float out of the arena.
Of course, yeah. This is just their mercy killing time. if I look back at these bans that No Spaceships did, the Hyena, Jackdaw, Cinnable, they do make sense now with seeing what they've brought. They don't want to get rammed by that fast Cinnable tackle that they see in a lot of rushes, and removing long webs off of the other team is very helpful for this. The Jackdaw
Plus,
is a bit odd
Jackdaw.
though.
No, Jackdaw to preserve their molluses. Jackdaws in the sharpshooter mode have a resistance to damps.
That is a good point.
So you'd have to use that resource, your damp resource, your control pool, on one ship. An entire mollusk will have to damp out a Jackdaw instead of spreading the damps on 3 DPS. So it makes sense.
Yeah, that is a good call. And it looks like Clonexy will be going down in this last hail of fire as No Spaceships for Old Men takes it with a perfect 150-0. All right, so I don't know if we have a whole lot more to talk about that match that we didn't talk about already. That was just a very clinical execution from No Spaceships for Old Men, doing a very good job.
Yeah, they executed pretty well. That was very good piloting. I think a lot of that was decided the moment they landed grid. That's my opinion.
Yeah. No Spaceships for Old Men also played yesterday against Laserhawks, and they also won that easily. So they are currently on pace to win their bracket pretty handily now with those 2 wins. They're with the winner will be decided by the Yamate versus No Spaceships match. Let's see where that is. Yamate. Oh, I'm spelling shit wrong. Day. That won't be until day 3, actually. So we won't get the conclusion of that group till next weekend. Let's see who we have up next in the arena.
Looks like next is going to be Bright Side of Death versus No Need Lose. I can't even see it. It's not all the way out.
No Need Lose Face. I don't know a whole lot about that team. I do know who BSOD is. I think most people do. They've done pretty well in the tournaments before. They're not. I don't think they've ever been a top team, but generally been a solid team.
So if you look in the chat, we've already got our bands going in. One ban is very popular.
Yeah, there's that curse ban again. Paladin, Balgorn, Orthrus. We have seen the Paladin more than I personally expected this tournament so far. Seeing a lot of use as a nice, heavy, pretty strong projection on it as well, with pulses to just give your core a nice amount of DPS, but it is very point heavy for what it brings.
The second strength of the Paladin is its rep bonus. I think that's a big part of it.
True.
Alternatively, the No Need to Lose Face team ban Gila Alligator Curse. I've seen a lot of Alligator bans, a lot of Gila bans, a lot of Curses bans. I think that's a very meta ban setup. They don't want to deal with very brick tanky ships that have a resist bonus, and they don't want to deal with bonus drones. Not quite sure what they'd be fielding.
Yeah, that is a very standard looking ban set. We've both seen a lot of Gila Alligator bans, and when they haven't been banned, we've seen them fielded a lot as well. So, they definitely don't want to see that. I feel like a lot of popular comms do deal okay with Gila Alligator though, so I feel like maybe they're bringing something. I'd bet on them bringing like a T1 Logic Cruiser or something that really doesn't want to see that medium drone spam coming at him. Looks like they have arrived in system now, so we will get to start this match relatively soon. Looking at these two matchups, No Lead Lose Face did lose their last match against only need 2 comps. So, and well, BSOD beat theirs versus Cass. Neither of those matches were blowouts, though. The losing team both got some points, so they killed something at least. I think I'd take BSOD going into this next matchup. What do you think?
BSOD as well. They're a very good team. They've been around for a long time. They I think they're gonna do very well.
Solid prediction. As we wait, I'm still on these bands. The Orthus ban, we discussed the Orthus earlier as that one remaining range bonus RLML ship. Maybe BSOD wants to bring some Logifrigs?
I think so. I really think Logifrigs makes sense here. You're getting rid of the Balgorn, getting rid of that long range web, right? You're getting rid of the Orthrus for the long range rapid lights. And the Paladin has great projection and rep power.
True, and the Balgorn Balgorn and Paladin both bring a large amount of neuting pressure, which is absolutely awful absolutely awful on Logifrigs because they have to be in close to do their work, so they will always be in that newt range, and it is very rough to play under.
With that being said, there are so many bonus newt ships in the game. I'm surprised how often people are using Logifrigates.
True. I mean, if you don't think your opponent is bringing those newt ships, or you think you have some other way of bringing them, then they are probably one of the best sustaining Logi setups because you actually get some Logi that can rep your Logi. But you absolutely can get screwed if you come into a setup that can efficiently deal with them, either with newts or just straight up killing them if they have strong webs and anything else to help their application, especially if they're running medium platforms for damage instead of large ones, they will shred.
That's our cue for everyone here to go get another beer.
I think Wally has just left us to go get a beer. So while we're waiting, I guess I can give a quick update. The other stream is the other stream's just a blowout right now. Don't need to talk about that. that's kind of surprising. All right. See, if I'm looking at the group standings here, BSOD is absolutely in the running to win their group, especially if they win this. It will depend on the results of only need two comps versus Cass, which happens later today. But alrighty, the teams have landed, so we can see what they've brought, and all right, now that we are on the arena, you can see that they have definitely BSOD brought a kind of interesting comp. EOS Oracle is Vigi. It's a very weird looking comp to me. They're a good team, so I trust they have some sort of plan with this, but they're up against on the other side a lot of fast damage with that Sleipnir broadsword. They have a Scythe Fleet issue, which I assume is just going to be more fast damage, Seeple and Jaguar for tackle, and an Osprey, which likely is just playing the role of ablative plating at this point. He's just there to delay the inevitable because there's no tools here to keep the DPS off of the Osprey. So he will just die, but they're just using him to buy time for their DPS to do work here.
Yeah, looking at the mega comp, broadsword, double Sleipnir, looks solid. I mean, you got the long range scram with the broadsword, you got Scythe Fleet issues Fitble to get rid of support, Jaguar to ram in and get anything. Honestly, looking at this comp, the first thing that needs to go is the Vigilant. Everything else, the Sleipnirs are going to tank. No problem.
Yeah, that Vigilant is a very strong screening presence because it can just put one, likely will fit with two webs, one web on two different chips, and they both immediately are just stopped. They cannot go any further. As we are moving now, and no need to lose face is just immediately rushing in, going to get on top of their opponents as fast as they can here.
Looks like they're going for the Oracle. Jaguars already ran in and grabbed it. Odd first pick, but
it is a lot of damage. The Vigilant has failed to grab anyone, so he is burning back now to try to grab someone. He didn't manage to grab any of them in that initial rush past him, which could definitely be a big mistake here.
Absolutely. If we're seeing some split damage here. So obviously the Scythe Fleet issue and Spipple, they're kind of doing their own wingman thing and they're trying to shut down a Confessor. Meanwhile, looks like DPS is shifting from the Oracle onto the new target, the Blackbird. Still kind of hard to see, but sadly, Scythe Fleet issue is down. So that's
Seth
a
issues
heavy blow.
down. Something I'd like to point out that Confessor is holding down a Sleipnir right near the start of the fight, right near that center, holding him away from the main DPS primary. That is likely a
That's
big
huge.
reason of why this Oracle is not dying.
That's one of the biggest threats to a rush comp. It's just getting held down. Once you're split up, that face DPS that you expected is just not going to be applying.
This, yeah, they are incredibly split up right now. The Sleipnir of Lost Touch has gone into the back to try to get onto the Blackbird, while the Broadsword is still sitting on the Oracle, and the other Sleipnir is sitting in the middle. They are so spread out, and it's this Sleipnir. Maybe he solos the Blackbird, but they're unable to efficiently focus anything right now.
I'm not even sure if the Sleipnir that's held back can just load Barrage and assist with the Blackbird. I don't see any of the animations for that. I still think he's trying to harass the Confessor that's on him.
The Confessor is
Oh,
currently
he's
redeeming
Sleipnir is
shields,
shooting.
so
Okay, Sleipnir's shooting the whatever the primary is.
that's good. Good. Looks like he's firing on the Oracle right now. Likely the closest thing to him, but that broadsword is going down through Osprey reps, which is a little bit surprising. There's not that much damage on this team. EOS, Oracle, Vigilant only, and the Osprey should have a strong amount of rep output. The broadsword is not a non-tanky ship. I don't know what's happened there.
I think a big part of it is the fact that the Vigilance there with Blasters, that's like 800 thermal kinetic, which is the lowest resist for the broadsword,
That's a good point.
coupled with the EOS's damage. Yeah, EOS is a lot of damage.
That is
And he
true.
can select what he wants to do.
There's also Blackbird who knows the Osprey. If the Osprey did get jammed, that would also strongly explain it. The Sleipnir now the next primary for BSOD. They still are holding that Blackbird in low armor. As it is now, I don't think that is likely to change unless the other Sleipnir gets free and is able to add his DPS to the mix.
The Confessor of Kinwaru just holding down that Sleipnir is huge for BSOD. I think without that, I think if there was a way for Mega to get around the Confessor and actually apply both Sleipnir's worth of DPS, we'd be seeing a dead Blackbird, which would just cascade into more effective DPS for the blue team. But I think this is pretty much over. The Confessor can just go into the defensive and base tank Sleipnir's no problem.
Yeah, absolutely. That Pilot of Kin doing a great job of shutting down a Sleipnir right at the start. That is what you want to see versus a rush comp. As the Confessor looks spooky for a little bit, he's getting held fine as this first Sleipnir starts to break through his shields and into armor. This is unlike the last one where it felt kind of like the comp matchups lost. This was one where I feel like both teams had a shot at winning with better or worse play from the other side. If that Sleipnir doesn't screened off like you said, no lead lose face absolutely has a shot at winning this with the matchup. It is hard though. This is a hard matchup for them. The red team has a lot of screening power with the Confessor Vigi combo, and the Mollis as well will shut down, force the Osprey in close. So if they were holding, force the Osprey in close and just kill it instead.
BSOD's comp is very flexible. A lot of its weaknesses, there's a ship that's there for it. So, honestly, what boundary? Jaguar, very cool.
Yep, there he is. That is an MJD boundary from that distance.
He did his
Actually,
best.
no, that's not. Sorry, 100. He's barely at the boundary edge. I was wrong. That is an honorable way to go out when the game has reached this stage. I think they have already GF'd in local and given up on this match, but they did a good showing. I think they played this properly, trying to go in immediately for a not super tanky target like the Oracle. once they got split, they recognized the split and tried to kill the Blackbird, which is the best target they had available then. Just there was nothing they could do once they got split up by the pilots of BSOD, because at that point their rush has fallen apart.
And the last Mohican, Louis, slowly going down. But this will be another match that's a clean sweep. Didn't Red Side was the last time that won as well, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yes. So
No,
yeah.
actually, it was blue team who won last time. No spaceships won last time.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay.
So it's we're going back and forth.
Yep. Well, just like that, another 150-0. So good fights, both teams. You guys did well. Congrats.
I will
to
say,
BSOD.
even though the point values were the same, both games were 150 zeros. This definitely felt like a closer match where the losing team had a much better shot at potentially winning it or potentially killing something.
Yeah, I didn't see any crazy like comp mismatch or anything. There was a clear objective for the BSOD team: separate the rush comp, and then just move from there. I know it's not a classic rush comp because of the logi, but the entire that entire comp relies on being very close and applying its damage. And the moment you split them while kiting, half their damage is gone.
Yes, that was well played by BSOD. Let's go ahead. Since we've had a lot of time during the matches to talk about kind of what we would normally do on post match, I'm going to go ahead and move us towards the next match we have coming up, which is our first match where we have some duplicate bans to talk about. This is Novak versus Cosmic Potion. Novak banned carries Maulus Gila, while Cosmic banned carries Kitsune Kizriel. With the duplicate ban for Cosmic being Orthus and dupe for Novak being Armageddon Navy. That Armageddon Navy issue ban, I am almost surprised we haven't seen it more often. That's a very strong ship. It makes total sense to remove it. There was a ton of E-War frigate bans here. Carries removed, Maulus removed, Kitsune removed. They really don't want to see damps, and none of them want to deal with those jams.
Yeah, it looks like no vacancies is possibly looking at bringing a comp that doesn't have great application to frigates and some form of range because they do not want to deal with the carriers, they don't want to deal with Mollusk, and they don't want to be killing bonus medium drones. The Cosmic Potion ban, kits and carries, they just same thing. They don't want to deal with the EWAR frigates. It's gonna be. I feel like it's a control comp coming in, both sides.
Yeah, is a good point to make. The one interesting thing to mention is that I don't believe we've seen it fielded yet. However, the latch is a very strong damp choice that hasn't been fielded at all. What do you
Yeah,
think that is?
I don't know. I'm kind of confused too. The latch is ridiculously powerful. Um, have we seen it in we've seen it in Arazu at least, right?
Let me check.
Surely.
No, we have seen none
Wow.
of the damp cruisers. Have we seen a Celestis? We have seen a Celestis twice.
Okay. Yeah, looks like both cons just don't want to be damped out. You know, they're gonna have some kind of support ship in the back line, and they want to keep them applicable. Kizrael, I guess I want to get rid of a fast battle cruiser with selectable damage type. I'm hoping it's control cons. They're my favorite to watch.
Yes, control ops do tend to give, in my opinion, slightly more interesting to watch. Although it can be fun as well to watch to just no brain full DPS comps smash into each other. We have gotten with our last few, it's been kind of just comp that brought control beats comp that didn't. So if these two teams have been watching, that could influence their choices here.
I want to say the widow's open, so
do
perhaps they
you
don't
want
want a widow that's stamped off. It may be a mirror matchup.
do you want to see a widow match?
Yes, absolutely. I want to see two widows enter the arena and only one leave. You know.
That would definitely be exciting to get a widow mirror. I'd be surprised to see it though. I don't know much about Cosmic Potion as a team. From what I know of Novak, I don't think that's really their style to go in on that RNG. I think they will want something a bit safer, a little bit more reliable.
I'm not familiar with Cosmic Potion.
Me neither. I know nothing. There's a lot of new teams this tournament, which is great. It's a great tournament for new teams to get started in, and get some experience without the much higher buy-in costs and much higher commitment that the AT requires.
I think it's also a good sign that a lot of the newer players in Eve are stepping outside of the F1 mass fleets and they want to try something new. So I think that's just good on all fronts.
Yeah, getting more people to fly in tournaments and get that experience is always great. And who knows, some of these teams, new teams, show up to a tournament, they do well, or even if they don't do well, they just really enjoy it, and then they show up for the AT, and that's what you want to see from, especially from the. That's a great thing these player run tournaments can provide, is more that easy to get experience to feed into the big boy tournaments. We are they It looks like the teams are getting ready now, getting ready in system, so we will be able to talk about that soon. All right, Wally, before we get to see any ships, who do you think is going to win this one?
I think no vacancies just because they've been around the block a while. They're mostly competent pilots. I've never heard of Cosmic Potion like ever. I've never heard of that group. I don't recognize the pilot names. But we'll see. I mean, this AG has always been the home of upsets, so we'll see.
Absolutely. This is one where I like the band choices off of both teams. It seems they both have a good feeling for what they don't want to deal with, and a good idea of what the meta has been. Because there's no off the wall bans here. All of them make perfect sense. So I'm
Oh,
hoping that will lead to a good match.
okay, I'm seeing something in Twitch chat now. I didn't realize this. Cosmic Potion is a Siege Green Corp.
Oh, so this is Siege
That
Green.
kind of
Okay,
changes. Okay, this might actually be extremely close.
that is encouraging. This make it a
And
very good match.
seeing, yeah, this is gonna be interesting.
And now we can welcome you to the arena to look at what we have here, which is no control comps to be seen whatsoever.
Wow.
This is two max DPS comps who want to ram into each other. There only one side has even chosen. Actually, no, both sides have Logi. We have Scalpels on one side, but triple Alligator, double Sleipnir with triple Carrico Navy. Both of these sides know what they want to do, and what they want to do is shoot hard.
So just looking at the no need lose face team, all right. Uh,
It's
no,
Novak and
this is
Chelsea
still,
Potion.
yeah. Sorry, that's all messed up. It's Cosmic Potion. It's labeled incorrectly. Just looking at Cosmic Potion, triple Alligator, double Jackdaw. That Osprey is not living. That
Oh,
Osprey
absolutely
is
not.
dying. The Skybreaker will be very ineffective against bonus medium drones. Alternatively, I see the triple Caracol Navy issue, and if they are rapid light and then get in range, the scalpels are going to be hurting.
I know I misidentified earlier, but I'm pretty sure that's not Rapid Light. That looks like Hams.
That does look like ham. So those scalpels, they're going to live a very long time.
However, three Ham Caracal Navies, two Sleipnirs, can they just punch through an alligator?
Alligator has the bonus resistances, if I'm not mistaken, with the Garista's roll bonus. Well, not roll, but racial passive, if you will. I also think the alligators pump out way more damage with a max tank fit versus a Sleipnir. You have to put 0 damage mods on an alligator with hams, and you're pumping about 700 to 800 DPS with over 100,000. It's gonna hurt. Those whatever they
Absolutely.
decide to shoot is gonna die very quickly.
Yeah. My one concern would be for these alligators is that they might struggle for tackle. If they primary something and it can just start running out of those ham ranges and catch reps off that osprey, that could be a problem. I'm not sure if those alligators are going to have tackle fitted, or if they might just have gone for full tank for the better trades. We will have to see.
And
As
something
we
we don't
do,
see often in the arena is if these jackdaws are micro scram web rocket fit with
true.
with a proper setup, the jackdaw on defensive is a tanky T3D.
I'm looking at it. That does look like rockets to me.
So that is their tackle.
Yep, absolutely.
And as
The
we kick it off,
match
first
starting, Jackdaws are ramming right in. They are tackle. They know what they want to do. But D Da is the first primary, and he is getting absolutely pounded. There goes a a Jackdaw, but they've traded it for almost all the shields on a Sleipnir.
Yes, that Sleipnir's probably Ansil, right? With the Osprey rats coming in as well. But very soon they're going to be overwhelmed.
So it looks like they've chosen to go for another Jackdaw first. They have cleared it successfully, but they haven't really made a dent in the incoming DPS. It's mostly those alligators they need to be worried about. But they are going for scalpels now, which are
That is
actually
a
taking a
very
lot of damage.
interesting.
Looks like mostly a huge cloud of drones on him right now.
Yeah, a bunch of light drones. That kind of makes sense for the scalpels. That is a risky shot, right? Because the Ansils are going to run out on an Ansil. Or the Ansil charge is going to run out on that Sleipnir.
Absolutely, and okay, so the alligators are no tackle. That is confirmed. All right, good to know. The scalpel, which I thought was about to die when he first started
Oh,
getting shot, is
solid.
holding surprisingly well now.
Yep, looks like
Although
the
the
other
Caracol
characters are
navies
going to
are
assist.
getting onto him now, which likely means there's going to be some tackle effects going. Yeah, he's going to take a
Yeah.
lot more damage now. There it goes. And Razor seems to have pretty much stabilized after he was
He
able just to
has.
burn away from that ham damage off of the alligators.
With the Logi gone on the Cosmic Potion team, now the Sleipnirs, when they get primaried, they can just burn away, Ansil up, let the other DPS do their job, and they can just constantly shuffle and get outside of the alligator ham range.
We see it happening again. We blocks in the Caracol Navy getting primaried and just MWDing away. Get out of there. Get away from those hams. Even though if the medium drones are a million on you, that Osprey can hold you up. This is this is the risk you take when you don't fit tackle on those core DPS ships. Is that they need their support, and the support is much easier to kill than them. So you can neutralize them entirely just by killing support, which is not something you want to allow your opponent to do.
And knowing Novak, they probably communicated the fact that the only webs and scrims they saw were on the Jackdaw, and now they can just constantly go in and out of this fight on whatever their primary is. The medium drones from 3 alligators, it hurts, but not enough for an Osprey to care about.
Yes. Although the Osprey would care if the drones were on it, but they've never really made an attempt for that. They never
never even
tried for the Osprey.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Which
Interesting choice.
I feel like when they were struggling to break with the Sleipnir, that might have been a better shot because you can just put your medium drones on the Osprey, and it will eventually just die to them. They may have thought they couldn't afford to take that time, but maybe hindsight 2020 here would say that you have to kill the Osprey because you couldn't kill anything else underneath it.
I'm very surprised how quickly those scalpels died. But considering that the Navy Caracals had webs, I think that played a lot into it.
Absolutely.
Hands have better application than HML. Something that they changed that like 8 years ago, and some people still don't know that. So that led into the scalpel dying quickly. Plus, the Cloud of Drones, Navy Caracals got that bonus a while ago with bandwidth. So it's 15 light drones on a scalpel.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to suck.
Host.
And honestly, that's something that's handleable for a scalpel if it's free to just break some of that application and just mitigate a lot. But with 2 webs on you at least, then you're just not going anywhere. It's gonna struggle.
Not only that, the alpha from the medium drones from an alligator hurt, and if they get any clean shot, the scalpel's going to get chunked. Well, this is just
The alligators are on the same side of the scalpel. But yes, this was another clean sweep. We've gotten 3 of those in a row on this on the second stream. That is honestly kind of surprising. Especially this match.
You're right. I misspoke. With the Sleipnir shooting a scalpel that's double webbed, it's gonna be a lot easier for them to apply.
Absolutely. This was honestly a surprise when I thought those when seeing the matchup, I expected it to be a lot closer, but that Osprey did an amazing job of keeping his Sleipnir alive, and I think it was the mistake with fitting on the alligators. Not fitting any tackle on them may have cost them that match. I don't know if we can get fits for this tournament. It's not on TQ, so there's nothing on ZCO
Sadly,
to
no.
expect.
Yeah.
But I would definitely be interested to see what they did put on those alligators, because I feel like you don't need to stack all your mids with tank on that ship. It's
You really
naturally
don't.
tanky enough on its own, and if the scalpels are still alive, no one's primarying your alligators.
I can't even imagine a single comp because alligators are very slow to begin with. I don't know a single comp that you would risk not putting scrams on every alligator that you would fight. Like a Tempest is as fast as an alligator with a micro, but the
Oh, I
Tempest
did.
has utility mids. So
Yeah, I didn't know that. That is rough to compare. If it's you're as slow as a Tempest, which is fast for battleship, but it's a battleship.
yeah, you need some form of the Jackdaws ramming. Phenomenal. You know that they do their job. They get in. They initially slow something down for the ball of DPS to get on them. But with how quickly those Jackdaws died, I wouldn't be surprised if one or both of them didn't actually get into defensive mode quick enough.
That is a very strong possibility if they started in prop. Personally, if we started that close, both of those teams were very, very close to the middle. Those jackdaws probably don't need to be prop mode to get anything. You get tackle initially.
Absolutely not.
Maybe as captain, you tell your jackdaw pilots, "Hey, go ahead, start defensive because they will be shooting you immediately, and if you have that time it takes you to switch, might make it so we don't have enough time to catch you." Which that first jackdaw died much faster. I would expect that that's what happened to him, and then the second jackdaw buddy got yelled at, "Go defensive now," and he lived a little bit longer.
Also, I'm pretty sure the scalpels were pretty like a bit far back. They were AB fit. The Jackdaws were going like nearly 3K a second. They got way outside of optimal very quickly.
Yeah, the that is the other downside with the Logifrigs is you have to follow your DPS around. You can't your other ships don't have the option that you get with the Logi Cruiser where you can run away, run off into Africa, take the drones with you, run away from the damage. Because if you do that with a Logifrig comp, either you're not getting reps anymore out there, or the Logifigs have to follow you out there. When the other team switches back, now their Logifigs have to burn all the way back in before they can get any reps on the new primary, and that can be you can lose a ship in that time.
It's rough. However, speaking of Logifrigs, next matchup we got the German team that I think they just call them Railgun something versus the Ancients, and it looks like Magnet Shineges has banned the Deacon. I haven't seen
Okay.
any Logifrigs today, but they're doing the usual Gila Orthros bans, and it looks like the Ancients went ahead and did Curse Lashak on Neros. Interesting Lashak ban.
Yeah, that is interesting. I like I like the I like the bands off of German Railgun team. Deacon Gila Orthus. If you Gila Orthus are just very solid bands. Like they generally remove a lot of strong comps off the table. I don't think that it also doesn't tell your opponent a lot about what you're doing. But Deacon um, is interesting. I think it indicates that they are bringing possibly a slightly more top heavy comp that doesn't want to have to fiddle with dealing with the Deacons.
Yeah, I don't even know. I can't even begin to guess what that would be.
Interestingly enough, I wouldn't have been surprised to see them bring a Lashak with that ban set, but Ancients did ban it. The Curse
Yeah.
Lashak ban. Curse has just been a very common ban, but Lashak on Euros have been less common. I wonder if that's just because maybe they saw something in scrims with Lashak and Euros that they just really hated.
Yeah, maybe. You know, the Oneris is a great armor logi ship. I think it outshines the Guardian in this matchup. But we'll see. I guess they just don't want to deal with the heavy armor comp.
True. Yeah, that extra mid on the Oneros makes a massive difference in this. Both with under it's two extra mids actually, isn't it? Um, makes a massive difference both in terms of getting a SIBO to deal with opposing damps or ECM and getting more cap boosters because you always just need more cap injection on those logic cruisers.
All right, you got $10. Who you betting on, Nick?
Oh, I don't know. Both of these teams, I think, feel like they're about the same level with each other, from what I know of them. Both of them have been around for a little bit at this point, but neither of them have been top tier performers. But none of them have been awful either. So I think I'm going to have the Ancients winning this one.
I'm going for the Ancients as well, simply because They have a very specific ban set, not a overreaching general one that you normally see. They have a very specific comp in mind, and it looks like the Leshek, Oni, and Curse are direct counters to it.
Okay.
With that being said, I mean, I'm guessing thermal kinetic because I don't want to deal with the T2 Logi, right? So we'll see.
Right.
Very, very excited to see what they bring.
It's a good point. Banning Deacon instead of Thalia might indicate a preference for, say, projectile-based comp, something Minmatar.
For the you're talking the German team, correct?
Yeah, but I'm saying banning Deacon might indicate that you might have a slight indication of a projectile comp. But we will get to find out soon, at least.
It is. I love that in the system they're being made fun of for how old they are. I think that's really mean.
Is there local trash talk happening?
They are the one of the admins is making fun of someone for being old, so that's really cool. As an old person, I think that's mean.
I think that's mean. No, I think they're currently arguing about millennials. Actually, something about avocado on toast. So, is this a boomer versus millennial fight? That's a classic.
I think it is that. It might be the Zoomers versus Boomers. We'll see.
All right, they are now shipboard being unlocked, so we will get to find out very soon what they are bringing. But we've already done our final guess. We both think Ancients is going to have this. We could be eating our words very soon, depending on what we see on grid. But hopefully, we get a closer match. My one wish is that we don't get another 150-0. I want it to be closer.
I want it to be close as well. Also, I love it when casters are wrong, so I hope I'm wrong.
You hope you're wrong because you like casters in
I
general
love
being
it when
wrong?
casters are wrong, like because you're putting out your opinion, right? It's all recorded. People are
True.
gonna make fun of you, you know. But we shall see.
We shall see. I'm looking more at the bands, trying to figure out my last guesses before I see what pops on grid. But I can't really get much out of these. All right, ships landing.
Very surprising.
All right, Wally, do you want to tell us about what we're looking at here?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll start with the blue team. The Ancients, they brought a one of my favorite ships in the game, Typhoon Comp. Looks like they've got a Thalia and an Inquisitor. Interesting choice. Obviously, they were kind of strapped for points, so they went with 1T1, 1T2 Frigology. The double Bellicose, we all know that it has a phenomenal TP bonus, so they were bringing that in the hopes of just destroying support.
Yeah, looking at this is absolutely a strong, would normally referred to as King Killer comp. These 3 rapid heavy Typhoons, I assume they're rapid heavy. I'll have to take a look to confirm, but I'd be shocked to see them fit any other way. They are rapid heavy. Should absolutely just delete the Osprey. Like, he should have a negative lifespan on this match.
However, the double Mana Core, those are going to survive some rapid heavy shots. It's going to do even with the TPs on them. Those manis are going to do pretty well. Assuming the Osprey survives the initial onslaught. But with that, the Mana Core, Sleipnirs, and Broadsword should really chunk a Typhoon underneath to Frigology.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of DPS on this Railgun team side that even once their Osprey dies will take time to chew through. The Sleipnirs and Broadswords aren't easy to kill ships, and the Mana Cores can survive longer just by the nature of you have a very limited rapid heavy clip. Do you want to spend it shooting a Manticore while the Sleipnir and Broadsword are on your face?
Speaking of the rapid heavy clip, the red team, honestly, they can take out those Bellicoses. Get rid of the Bellicoses. You may be able to kill them before the Typhoons even reload to start shooting off your Manties, and that's like 1800 DPS and Frigs that are surviving.
That is true. Moving that strong paint bonus off, meaning that they just can't apply as well, and they are moving. Here we go. No surprise at all. The Sleipnirs and Broadswords immediately burning in. The no damage landing yet from the Foons. It is on the Osprey, of course. There it is.
Osprey is pulling range pretty quick though.
Absolutely. Maybe he could be. He's moving sideways now. I feel like it doesn't matter anyways. He's dead,
Yeah,
but
he's
that
gone.
Typhoon might get traded for it, and I feel like that's an
That is a heavy
okay
trade.
trade.
That is a very heavy trade. Yeah, considering that you still got 2 Friglogy out, your Typhoon is just holding time. That's an entire job. If
There he
it gets
goes.
its full value of shooting before it dies, that's pretty big.
Seems like they're going to want to use the rest of their clips on these Manticores before getting forced into reload. Let's see, the next shots are going to land on. Yep, it is the Manticore being painted here.
One thing I'm surprised is Typhoons are not using damage drones to get rid of the Manticores. It's kind of strange, but I'm guessing they're just using armor rep bots at the moment.
Yes, I see a cloud of armor bots around the Typhoon of Su Li, but they are not quite holding him up here underneath this damage. But now it is Typhoon Bellicose against this DPS core, but maybe they will have a better time holding this Typhoon under the Friglogy now.
It's possible. I'm not too sure though. Double Sleipnir, double broadsword, that is a lot of incoming damage. Typhoon should be on reload now or soon, and they're not getting rid of any DPS on grid before that Typhoon dies.
Honestly, I'm hate to call it out too much, but this Inquisitor and Thalia have been very slow to move over to that Typhoon that is being primaried. They need to get all the value of reps they can on him, and still burning over, still not inoptimal for that Inquisitor yet. That's definitely going to affect his survival here. As the Bellicoses and are working on Sleipnir, waiting to see when this Typhoon starts firing again, but he might actually not get to fire again if he's still on reload right now.
I do not believe he can. However, it's not a clean sweep.
No, and it's not over yet. Although I would the Railgun team definitely has the advantage here. Like,
yeah, I do not
these
see
two Bellicoses don't have the damage.
They're adorable little ships, you know. But once their big brothers are dead, they're useless.
Yeah, let's not go as far as useless. They have their own damage, but Skopeek may have been playing a little bit too close. He immediately got himself tackled, which is not what you want to do. If they want to have a chance of playing this out, they have to play time.
I do want to say Typhoon positioning was very bad.
Was very bad?
Very bad. The Typhoons, they're playing against a rush comp. They stayed in a ball. When you're in a rush comp, specifically AC, you want your enemy in a ball so that you can quickly switch to your next target. Had the Typhoons all spread out 50k from their primary, that's a huge area of space that these low projection comps would have to burn, allowing more time for you to apply before getting hurt. But with Friglogy, that is also very hard to do.
Yes, but that may have been some of their reasoning was they wanted to stay together to help the Friglogy, but I think you are right that it would have been better versus this much DPS to force the travel time on your opponents and try to buy yourself more time before your Typhoons get cleared. But
I don't know if you paid attention. Did the Typhoons web and scram anything, or were they strictly just rapid heavy and prayers?
I'm pretty sure they did.
Okay.
I didn't specifically see the effect coming off of them, but I have no idea what else they would have in their mids. They have those 5 mids to work with. MWD Injector, probably a guidance computer for the range on the rapid heavies, and they have 2 other mids. Like that has to be some amount of tackle in there, or they're trolling. But yeah, we got our wish. That is not a clean sweep comp, so very nice. The Ancients got 32 points there. Got on the board at least.
Yeah, they got some points up there before they lost. That's good.
Clearing the Osprey and the 2 bombers. Do you think this was another just comp loss, or do you think Ancients could have played that better with a different target selection at the start? Maybe they have just gone all in on a Sleipnir and gone, we have 3 rapid heavies. I don't think you can save it.
I honestly, I think they could have loaded Fury, Scourge, right, and just got rid of a Sleipnir or got rid of a broadsword, something. The Osprey Navy issue does have the capability of a lot of output reps, but
Not Navy issue, but yeah.
Yeah. Did I say Navy? I thought I just said Osprey. That's my
No,
bad.
you're tripping, but it's
I
fine.
am. I am.
I get what you mean.
That
They
Osprey, I don't
also
think could have held against 3 Typhoons, especially if they've got
no.
utility highs and got into any like newt range on. Or actually just neutered out the hardeners of the Sleipnirs and broadswords just to reduce the resistance and the effective remote reps.
Yeah, the one what they might have thought is if we do that, we also can't touch the manticores. If you're shooting Fury, there's really not much you can do about the manticores. They'll be out of your range, and even if they were in your range, you're not going to be applying very well. But I guess we can go ahead and start talking about the next match, which is Fancy Pants versus Trash Tier Tryhards. Uh, Interesting name on Trash Tier Tryhards. And Fancy Pants is, I believe, remember correctly, they're a corp in Horde that run their own team separate from Horde. Let me see.
Sorry, I am back. I don't know if you're talking to me. I had to find my daughter,
All good.
but I'm here.
I'm talking about the next teams. We have Trash Tier Tryhards versus Fancy Pants. Fancy Pants, I know we've uh, they've
We
been
scrimmed
around the
against them.
tournaments. They've been around the tournament a bunch recently. They split away from Horde just to tournament stuff. Well, they're still with Horde on TQ. They're away from them for tournament stuff because they don't want to be on the main Horde team. But they've been, I don't want to be too mean to them, but they've been relatively mid-low tier team overall. Nothing I would write them out on, though. They definitely could have a play here, and they're up against another team which we really don't know anything about in Tryhards.
Yeah, so it's 2 newbie groups, right? You got Pandemic Horde, famous noob corp, or alliance, mostly filled with people that are new to the game, and you have Eve Uni. So really, it just comes down to which group studied the most.
Is Traster Tryhards Eve Uni?
They are a former and current Eve Uni group.
Ah, okay. Interesting. So this is an interesting matchup. We can look at the bans. Fancy Pants has banned Bad and Sleipnir Cyclone Fleet versus the Nighthawk Loki Curse ban off Trash Tier Tryhards. Nighthawk Loki is parts of a very strong rush comp, but that was nerfed a patch ago when the Nighthawk got hit. So it's interesting that they are still banning it because personally, at least when we looked at it, after that Nighthawk hit had Nighthawk nerf, it kind of fell off pretty hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't see the bans. It's not updated on the sheet. I don't
Yeah,
see
refresh.
it. So I guess that's what it needs. I'm also a boomer. I see it now. Uh, yeah, they don't want to deal with a missile rush comp. It looks like the trash tier tryhard.
Yeah, I feel like if you wanna ban out Missile Rush though, I'd rather ban a CFI than a Nighthawk. Well, actually, Fancy Pants banned the CFI.
Yeah,
Although Trash Tier wouldn't have known that.
they wouldn't have known that. Yeah.
Both of these teams seem to not want Rush. Sleipnir, Cyclone Fleet, Nighthawk, Loki. Interesting.
The combination of Abaddon and Sleipnir ban is strange. That screams T2 Caldari. There's something there that's T2 Caldari.
Okay. And the Curse is a very general ban. I don't think we can read too much into that. But
Yeah,
yeah,
very hard to read that. Loki Nighthawk though, they do not want to deal with a ham comp. It looks like.
Yeah, we should be a lot less likely to get a super rushy comp this time around. We've seen a lot of them. I want to see how much has Nighthawk been banned because I think it's just super hard. Yeah,
hard.
this is
It's
it hasn't been fielded at all.
One of the 2 times it's been banned.
Okay, so it's been banned twice, but it hasn't been fielded at all. I'd like to point out. So
Really?
no Nighthawk's been fielded yet.
Surprise! Very different from the last Anger Games.
Absolutely. Well, I think
they
this,
were nerfed, so it makes sense.
The nerf has absolutely hit them hard. But yeah, that is. You see
Surprising.
the
I think you get a lot of what the Nighthawk used to be out of the alligator. You get a
of
very
the
tanky,
alligator.
yeah, the alligator with hands and drones has similar DPS to what the Nighthawk used to have, and with the drones, you've at least got some applicable damage out to 60k. I think it's being overshadowed and it's cheaper. I think that's why people aren't using Nighthawk because you can build entire comps around the alligator instead, which probably leads into why the alligator is banned so often.
That's a good point. Yeah, it is. It kind of can fill that role. It isn't as tanky as the Nighthawk, though. That's the one point the Nighthawk still gets is the stronger links and just being even more of a brick.
And the
But
T2 resist, you're right.
the Nighthawk also has the downside of being just kin locked versus kin therm on the alligator, which makes a big difference. Having those, especially if you're fighting an armor comp that has those reactives, having two damage types which are equally good to put into them instead of just the one and then having to you'd still have to choose another damage type to prevent getting memed by reactives, and this hurts so much more choosing non-kinetic on your Nighthawk.
Absolutely, and it also helps a lot when you're flying alligator because you can load half of your missiles with kinetic, half with thermal, and then have explosive drones. It's very good against an armor comp.
Yep, absolutely screws with those reactives. Forcing it to split three ways makes a massive difference. The teams are warping in now, so we will get to talk about that soon. Before we do that, though, who do you have going through on this match?
Personally, I think Aviuni. Sorry, they're called the trash tier tryhards. I'd have to put money on Aviuni. They've been around for a while. They've done a lot of tournaments, much like Horde, but the Horde group just hasn't really shined during this tournament or previous tournaments.
That's fair. I think I will split for once, and I think Fancy Pants is going to take this match. But they have all landed. So here we go. It's a good thing you talked about the alligator, Wally.
So I just want to state right now, this is the first time I've seen it. This is a Garistas versus Angel fight. I am a hardcore Angel. All right. So I am really hoping the Kisraels and Signables win,
Yeah,
which
this is
lines up with my guess.
yeah, and I chose Fancy Pants to win this, and they've brought double Gator, double Gila. That is a lot of medium drone damage.
That
Hopefully,
is
they
a
brought
lot of damage.
themselves some kinetic drones. If so, they can give that scimitar a really rough time.
Uh, I since I'm not able to view these ships, we're able to look at the KISS rules and determine if they are RD or AC. I'm gonna assume they're an
They've
AC
warped
comp.
in at 0.
Yeah,
So
just because of that, I think they're AC. But
yeah,
this will
that is
turn.
ACs.
The one thing that we got to remember is in any rush comp, missiles almost always beat an AC comp.
Thing is, this isn't a rush.
The
These are
Kisrel
HM.
and Signable. Oh, those are HML.
Those are HML Gilas, and well, they've all come in at 50.
That is a very slow HML comp.
Yes, they are not going to be able to kite this out. Is
Yeah,
their issue?
they will get caught.
They do have a hyena to try to keep some things at bay, but the hyena just doesn't have enough webs to deal with all the things that will be running them here.
Yeah,
2 kisses, 2 cinnables, and a jaguar.
that Jaguar
5
is gonna
things running
grab
at
them
you.
quick.
All of them are way too fast for the hyena to stop on his own.
The Angel Core can just switch to tracking ammo and at the start apply pressure on that hyena if they wanted to. And I
I
really
think so.
think
Just load.
four medium auto turrets at that range is going to overwhelm the scalpel. Sorry,
That
the scalpels.
okay.
I
That
think that
is
hyena is
a
going to be dead.
just immediately off the bat.
That's also
Um,
20 DPS drones if they have those.
True. I do think that uh, what Fancy Pants has to do here is use their medium drone, the strengths of those medium drones, and use that to deal with the scimitar, while simultaneously trying to punch through one of these less tanky ships on the the side of trash tier
Trapper.
noobs.
Yep.
While they have
Maybe.
their hyena alive, they can apply that scimitar really well with it. They can apply to that scimitar with the HMLs. Once that hyena dies, shooting the scimitar with their HMLs is going to feel kind of worthless.
Absolutely. With that, it's kicking off, and already one signable is not moving for 4 server ticks. 7 now, 8. Hopefully Toleran has not DC'd, but we'll see.
Yeah, Toleran is still not moving, actually. Okay. He's launched his drones, though, so he's here.
Okay,
He's
that's
moving.
good. That's good.
The Hyena is the first primary. You were right. And Fancy Pants has made the choice to primary a Cinnable first. I'm not sure about that.
I see the thought process. It's very quick, can get down, lock something down if it's got a scram web, right?
He's just running away, though.
But yeah, that's the other side. He's so fast. He's going to take their drones for a ride.
They've called their drones back. They're moving their drones onto something else at least. They didn't.
Something I'm not seeing is Hyena drones the Angel drones are not going on the Hyena, and the Signable and Kisrills have actually split up from what they're doing. Hyena's gone though, just like that. And right now they need to start taking out that DPS. I personally would go with Gilas, but it looks like the closest target to their DPS core is going to be the Alligator of Zarathul.
Yes, but that Cinnable of Toleran getting
It's
caught
coming
at
down.
low speed here. Low speed with all those medium drones on him. He needs to get moving or he's just going to get blasted all the way through by those medium drones on top of him. That is
Or at the
a
very
good
least, move them away from the rest of his team.
absolutely. That is a good pickup for Fancy Pants here to stay in this after losing the Hyena. They can keep running away here, leaving Eilish behind in the tackled Alligator.
Yeah, so it looks like that's who the Angel Core is going to swap to now.
The next Cinnable being the next primary, and yet again, just
I think he's
I
preserving
don't
his
know.
Stig against HMLs, right? But
He's
at
not
the same
tackled and
time,
he's just sitting
yeah,
there taking it. I
he
don't.
can absolutely get away, or at least again
Now
take
he's
these
speeding up,
building
but
and
it's a
drones
little
away.
bit late. Yeah. I feel like you need to hit that MWD sooner and get away from those medium drones. Make them chase you because they will have to catch up, shoot, and then fall back again. When you have a scimitar keeping you alive, that buys you a lot of time. Speaking of scimitars, that looks like the next primary for Fancy Pants.
Yeah, the Scimitar wasn't in the best position when the Sentinel died. The medium drone ball was right on top of the Simi, so that's very easy next primary. The Fancy Pants team, they are tanking well enough. I mean, we see the Alligator dipping, but if they can get rid of that Scimitar, those Kisrills will die even quicker. I still think it's an odd choice. They should have just went for a Kisrill. They're not very tanky.
Yeah, that scimitar is now getting his speed up, making those medium drones chase him, and he will be able to make this last as long as his XLASB lasts. But that might not be very long.
We see Zerathol, an Alligator. He's overheating, trying to catch that Simi. That's a choice.
It's a choice, but he is forcing that semi away. So even if a semi lives now, they can probably hard stop onto one of these kizzes, and that semi is going to have to burn back to get into range.
I'm seeing Xerox and a Kisrill do something odd. It looks like he's chasing a a Scalpel.
Oh, that is a
And he's got a web on it.
okay.
So
That
perhaps
is
they will trade a Simi for a Scalpel. Or Alligator Scalpel, rather.
I think that's a good choice of next primary for them if they do get that tackle down. Because
Looks like
I'm
Kentucky
not
was
sure
able
they
to
have
get
the
away.
time to burn through another gator at that speed.
The
It took
Jaguar
him
looks like
way
it's
too
going to
long to
catch that
die.
Scalpel, though. And it is web scrammed and TP'd. And the double Kisrill and the Bellicose are going to chew through it. The Simi is still tanking this entire
Absolutely.
time. All that damage
This
is
is
being wasted on
the
the Simi.
this is the strength of just being able to run from these medium drones and this kite comp, just mitigating so much damage as he
And with
just
that, one Scalpel's down. Second one will go down. And it looks like the next target is going to be Zerathol, the closest target.
is he the
Depending on
closest. They've all I will say Fancy Pants has done a good job of getting away from this DPS core. So now they are all going to have to run over here and get to the next target. That's a lot of travel time for the Eve Uni team.
But with that, the Jaguar is going nearly 4K a second. That Alligator is fat and slow. It's going to get grabbed. The
Absolutely.
Kisrills going up behind, going 2K a second. That protective gap is going to go down. And with the Kisrill getting a fall off bonus, they're in range right now for any form of DPS with no Logi to
But
mitigate.
now it's just the DPS and tank check, and it's two Kizzes versus two Gilas, Gator, and a Bellicose on both sides. I don't know. I feel like the Fancy Pants team has a better ratio
comes
of
down
tank and
to
DPS here.
comes down to applicable DPS at this point. We're not seeing a lot of damage land yet on the Trash Tier tryhards. But
They are
with that being
focusing
said, the Jaguar
Jaguar right now, which I do not think is the play. The Jaguar is almost irrelevant at this point. Kill the DPS. Kill those Kizzes.
They may be doing that to get rid of the potential for tackle,
True, but
but
those Kizzes are fast enough to play their own tackle.
they are wasting the DPS on the Jaguar though, but it is down.
This will just be a close DPS race between who can trade through the remaining ships faster. It looks like the Kizz is dropping faster than the Gator is, which is expected.
Yep, much less tanky. And I believe an Alligator Max Tank Fit is the same DPS as a Kizrel.
Yeah, that is going to definitely favor Fancy Pants in the trade here as that Kizz goes down and the Gator is still alive and slowly tripping through.
Yeah, I think Fancy had this. This was a close match between the two. That semi, them going for the semi, I not necessary. I think they could have just went for Kizrel, killed it.
Yeah, it is interesting to note that neither team has any XLASBs here, but all their remaining ships are just pure buffer, as they die at pretty much the same time. So now it is Kizz, Bellicose versus Gila Gila, and those Gilas have done a good job. They are nice and far away from the Kizz and Bellicose. And that is a good point to make. It is very close on points at 109 to 108, but those Gilas don't have to actually kill anything here.
I think the Kizrel is going for drones with the Bellicose. The way that he's moving on the field right now, he's getting away, or he's going towards an MJD. Those
Bellicose
without the Jaguar, it's gonna be very hard for the Kizrel to get on top of those Gilas.
Yep, we are going into overtime here, which means red giant effect. We are currently at a C3, so that's more damage, more benefits from overheating your modules. Smart bombs, which I don't think are relevant on any of the ships fielded here, but it's really just going to be that overheat bonus. All right, so they're working on the Bellicose here, but that won't actually give them enough points. They will have then 2 minutes afterwards with which to deal with this Kizrel. But the Bellicose, the drones have. I think you got to have drone control range. There are no longer any drones chasing the Bellicose. He has.
And if you notice the drones of the blue side killing off, looks like drones that are inactive. That's kind of a waste. But they are now shifting to the Kizrel.
Yeah, the Gilas are smart. They abandoned those drones and launched new ones to get them onto this Kizz faster, and he is taking a lot of damage now. Not trading favorably against that Gila because he has not gotten it tackled yet.
Without the Jaguar there to lock down a Gila, Gilas and Kizrels have very similar speed. And obviously Sim is overheating. And with the bonus, the overheat is phenomenal.
He's there picking up a lot of speed there. Looks like he's tried to put one cycle of heat in, but he just dropped it with a turn. He's changing his angle.
He's changing. They're going for Witch now. Bellicose's TP is on, and the Kizrel is now moving into position for the Gila.
I don't know. I feel like it's too little too late. Even if they catch him, they're not going to get through him fast enough before this Bellicose goes down and the Kizz is already low shield.
Again, your comp will never be able to take on every comp in the game. So this Bellicose, although not entirely effective here, would have been very good against a different comp. But it looks like the Bellicose is about to die.
The Bellicose probably did show his value against those scalpels.
Yes.
Early on, that is
very good against Logic Figs, you're right.
But this is one of those where definitely was a close matchup. I think, but it was definitely winnable based on comp for either team. I think Fancy Pants did a very good job of properly spreading out so that when damage was switching, it was never that easy for Trashseer to get on top of, and that was one thing that Trashseer struggled with that Scimitar swap off this Scimitar already being so close to the drones when they swapped off the Cinnable. Definitely positioning being a big factor in who was winning this match.
And with that, it's just a slow chunk down on that Kizrel. It's going to eventually go down, and Fancy Pants will secure their win.
Yep, which will get close, but it will not be close enough. They are actually it's going to come down to the wire here. They have to get him before overtime ends.
They did not kill him before overtime. Correct.
Actually, match completed, Reds wins. Okay, maybe I was misunderstanding overtime rules, but it looks like Reds still wins that by the skin of their teeth.
The 150 points will not apply in the final calculation. If you can scroll up in the local chat, we see the final score of, I believe, 117 to 108.
Ooh. There we go. That was a great, very close match we got there between Fancy Pants and Tryhards. That's what we like to see, down to the wire gaming.
Very close game. Both teams did very well. It's always fun watching two comps like that go at it. Still, I prefer a control comp, but that's just me.
We haven't gotten any control versus control matchup yet, but that was a much more fun one to watch. Both those teams performing well. Both of them brought a like a reasonable, well thought out comp, and they flew it mostly properly. So, despite being teams from new player groups, they are doing a good job.
And as it's been pointed out in chat, I completely suck at predicting who's going to win. I think I am over, 5 now? 6?
Oh,
But that's okay. I accept this.
yeah. So we have another person who just jumped in with us, Wingnut. Do you want to introduce yourself since you are here now?
Oh,
From
mate,
the
I get to introduce myself here. That's lovely. G'day, I'm Wingnut. I'm that obnoxious bugger that wears sunglasses all the time. It's a pleasure to meet you guys, and I can't wait to see what's going on this side of the table.
We've had interesting matches so far. We started off with 350 nils in a row.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
But we just got a nice, really close into overtime, into the end of overtime match. So, love to see that.
Oh, looking forward to this. It looks like it's been interesting on this side.
Yeah, we were just probably going to start talking about these bans for the next matchup we have here, which is Ryba versus Moss Piglet Preservation Society.
I am betting all of my money that I have IRL and in game on Ripa. They are my favorite team. And I really want to see them pick it all the way to the end.
You don't want to even look at the bans first?
Don't need to. Yabby wins.
Okay.
With that being said, I do see a double ban here, right? We got Slepner Curse Gila Scimitar for the Ryba team, and the Moss Piglet Preservation team has also banned the Slepner. They went with Sentinel and Loki afterwards, and looks like their overban was the Oneros. So both teams
Everyone
decided to
hates
go for a
kiting,
T2 Logi ban. But yeah, they don't want to be kited, it looks like.
I'm very much a favor of Unga Bunga Brawl at 0, but it looks like both teams are at least posturing that they want to do the same thing. It may not be the case. They might be being cheeky.
Absolutely. With the Scimitar and Oneros band, that is your better two Logic Cruisers, really. But the T1 ones have been popular this tournament, and they are both also on the table. The Logifig's also on the table. So there's a lot of variation we could still see here. Also, Wally, are you not worried that your casting curse isn't going to mess up Ryba?
Look, the casting curse was a lie. First off, I've predicted multiple teams today. As you know, I like to meme often. I predicted Brightside would win and that Sussex would lose, and no vacancies would win. I was wrong on the Ancients one. Fancy Pants was wrong, but I think I got this one, Ryba.
Just say, with the bans this one as well, just a quick interesting note is that both teams only banned their T2 Logi Cruisers as their final ban when they had a duplicate. At least from what I can see.
Yeah, that is right. So
both teams were banning out everything but Logi, and then when they had the choice, they banned out potentially the best Logi options. So that does make it interesting.
So with that, we're about to load grid. Very interesting comps. I think they're both very strong. So, yep, looking here, we got Ryba in a very good armor comp. Hound, I like that. Yabby in a Hound. Yeah, it just typical armor comp. Looks like very different damage, high DPS for their comp.
I hope for all that is holy that Oracle is like bait tanked, because that's always fun to see when people do that.
I've seen quite often in these comps the Oracle, with the amount of lows that it gets, can be very, very tanky and still
it's
apply decently well.
The primary. It's almost always the primary every time. So sometimes you got to lean into that.
Yep.
It's such a juicy primary too.
With
But
that,
they are
we've already
making
kicked it off.
their
And it looks
first
like a
primary
Maul
here.
or a carry, sorry.
Yeah, those two, that carries and Mollis, I want to talk about because that is incredibly effective tools against this projection, be kind of gunboat-ish core that Ryba have gone for. Is that carries Mollis combo is a lot of damps.
They must get rid of that. For this comp that they're against, they are getting kited. They have to get rid of those damps.
If you get rid of it, just tackle something. Like go in
Yeah.
or get rid of the trouble.
Already a
Especially
Claymore has been tackled, Ashley. That is huge. That is a huge misposition on more power. Once these ships swarm, it's going to be a lot of damage applied. With that, Hillary Kane walled, and the Augur is starting to take some damage. I'm not sure how well he'll be able to rep through it, but
Orthrus burning
seems
around
to be
to him.
doing well.
Actually, look at Val Camilla going right around to that Augur and the Orthrus. So yeah, that Augur is going to die reasonably quickly. They got to make use of it right now. Kill as much as they can.
Yep.
Hound goes
That
down.
Hound needs to go down. Yep.
Hound was always going to die pretty quickly
Yeah,
against
with
3
three
Orthruses.
Absolutely. With that, though, they're still able to apply damage. It looks like they're shooting at an Orthrus while simultaneously tackling and neuting out a Claymore, trying to get rid of some of those links and reduce its resist for when they switch.
I feel like
Hillary
they got
Kingwald's
all
still
in
up.
Orthrus, but he's gone. Look how far he ran. Look at
Oh,
that,
he's gone. Yeah.
Nametek just pissed off. Yeah, that's where they switched. And look at that. Actually, the Claymore getting hit really hard, gets caught in reps, and it looks like he's. He might actually hold. Yeah,
He might. He might.
They
But
do have a
the
basilisk
Bassi
that
is
is a
being
lot
muted.
of
The
rep
Bassi is being
output.
muted currently.
Yeah, and the
What's he
Augur's
being muted
down.
by?
So good night. They were on a race here, and they're starting to just painfully lose. And they're gonna get the Claymore. I think it's starting to drop. But
The
so
one
it's worth
issue
respecting.
that they might run into is that there is now that
That
Vexor
BNI.
Navy of McDurr is on top of the Bazzi. He's neuting him and he's holding him tackled. That
Nice.
is likely to be the next
Yeah.
primary for the Ryba team.
Now,
It has to be. They have no choice.
yeah,
If they
that's the
don't,
only
they
thing that
lose.
this tackled. But it does look like they're going for Namek with the Bassi effectively capped dry. A lot of their DPS is applicable on that Orthrus.
No, they're
But
going
it
for the
looks like
Bazzi
they're
here.
now switching. Yeah, they're switching all those drones off the Orthrus. They're now switching to the Bassi.
What Namek in the Orthrus went and got himself tackled by a Vexor. You're in an
Yeah,
Orthrus,
now
my
I'm
guy. There's
confused.
no way you should be getting caught
They're
out.
now switching to the Orthrus. Oracle is shooting the Orthrus. Drones are on the Orthrus from the
He was
Vexor.
burning through the map, running away, and basically burned within scram range of a Vexor.
They are
It's
splitting
very
the DPS.
strange. That Orthrus getting himself tackled has screwed with Ryba's decision making, and now they're splitting damage. That's
I mean,
actually
cutting
somehow
plan.
been a good
It has
play.
confused Ryba so much that Ryba are now repping the Basilisk in hopes to keep it up long enough to kill the Orthrus under its reps.
Yeah, honestly, killing the Orthrus may be the right way to go anyway. You want to remove DPS at the moment because you've got no Logi to save you. So yeah, that goes down. They can probably get the Bassi as well. This might actually
They're going to get both.
Look how tanky the Oracle is. That's got to be like a full bait tank, right? I mean, he has been there for a
He's
while.
still pumping.
So I saw
Bassi down.
armor reps on that Bazzi, and that was for some reason Moss Piglet had light armor repair bots in their shield comp.
Yeah, misclick.
I'm not sure if that might have been a little bit of a
But
mistake
we're
or
looking
some
at Doobies and an Orthrus who's going into melee mode, very effective against an Absolution.
That flipped entirely. This match was going poorly for them, and all of a sudden, Orthrus suicides, Bassi's tackled, and the match goes from being an easy win to now just getting entirely dumpstered.
We're seeing an Orthrus that just basically spec'd on the rogue, and instead of marksman, he went for daggers. And with that, the next primary of Ryba looks like they're going to go for a carries, possibly.
You know, it's the Orthrus of Val Camilla. That's how you got to fly the Orthrus here. It's like, okay, I don't need to be up close. I can keep running.
I do want to call out McDurr on the Ryba team. That Vexor Navy that got tackled on the Basilisk. Absolutely
Huge.
Great job from him.
Exactly.
That's what you got to be doing in this sort of matchup. Heads up play from that guy.
Yeah, McDurr did a phenomenal job piloting.
I believe
honestly, respect to the whole team. That for a moment they looked like they were going to lose, and they did not even for a second blink and just kept going for it. That's beautiful. I've seen some teams just fall apart the moment they get to that situation.
this Orthrus is still trying to play to win here, but it looks like he's on his rapid light reload because he's not shooting anything. He's just running away from the Vexor and Vexor Navy that are trying to chase him down.
And that's
Yeah,
what
it
this
looks
comp
like
could
some
have done, by
drones
the way.
are on
Look
him.
what he's doing. This is what this comp could have done the entire match. Just see ya. I'm going to keep running. I'm not going to stop and get tackled.
It is sad that 2/3 of their Orthrus pilots decided to ram their targets. I'm not entirely too sure why. But now this Orthrus is in drone control range of 3 drone ships. Or ships of drones.
He got caught for a second, but he managed to pull away, so he's all good now. But yeah, just you have
He's
ships
only
that don't
going
need to be
500.
close.
I think he may have overheated his prop.
Or he got smacked with those newts.
But there's no mood effect on him.
no,
No
no
nude
nude effect. Never mind then. Yeah,
I
or
think
he might have
burned his
said,
prop.
"Take me.
GG.
It's over."
Take me.
Now it's just the Mollis and the carries who were sitting on an near an MJD unit and are now just burning around very far away from everything. They can honestly, if they so wished, they could probably make this match run all the way to the end of timer. But see if they will instead try to go for glory. It looks like Easter may be lining up for that.
Well, we can
No,
always
he's
hope.
not. He's turning sad.
At this point, Moss Piglet, they are making the decision to steal the ability of Ryba to get a 150 point.
Wait, no, Ear is MJDing. Is he going to be out of the arena or
I believe so. He's jumping the
Oh,
other B.
no? He's
surprising.
not.
Yeah.
They are, however, giving the GF Sin local good sportsmanship from both teams, of course. But yeah, it looks like the Mollis and carries will not be giving up their points for free.
And they really shouldn't.
Nope, these
I
points
mean,
do
we
matter
should,
if
but we can
you're
do them anyway, right?
true. But if your group does go to a tie, those points do matter. So it absolutely does make sense, even if it may be boring to watch, to play it out as long as you can and not give away any free points or lose any free points, because that is another metric that is used in tiebreakers. It's not just points won, but specifically points lost.
Well, I will still do
MJD's
the
from the
third.
Ryba team. That Absolution actually landing super close to the carries. He might still get him before time.
She
It's
might
going to
get
be
him, yeah.
close. Absolutely
Kyrie
a
getting chunked.
great
I mean, if
MJD,
he
but he
gets the
does
drone
not
comp-
get him in time.
Ooh, sadly, no
Oh,
drone.
Ah,
I do
that
see
was
the drones
super
chasing now.
close.
If you're looking at
yeah, but
that
the
ball of
time is
red.
up. It's done.
Oh, it is up. You're right.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
time's up. That was
Never
super
mind.
close to getting that carries. That was a great MJD from Snorbit. Landed super close to the carries. Immediately got
Style
his
of
guns on.
MJDs, man, it shakes up the match every time, whether for better or for worse. An MJD will shake up every match.
Oh, absolutely. That was we got a bunch of blowouts, and now we got two awesome, super close matches in a row. The points were not as close on this match, but Moss Piglet coming out strong at the start, and then Ryba absolutely clawing it back. Mostly, honestly, I want to say due to some piloting mistakes on those Orthuses. Little rough to see, but overall a
Mhm.
great match.
It's one of those matches where it was lost by piloting. There are a lot of matches are lost before you even warp in. That one was purely on piloting. They were in the driver's seat and they basically threw it out the window. But hey, it's a learning experience. You learn next time that you need to be a bit more accurate with what you're doing. It happens. We've all done it.
Yeah, we've all, I think, all of us here in commentating have screwed up in tournaments before, so can't talk too much trash, but yeah, Moss
If I
Piglet
did, I'd be in
are
trouble.
Moss Piglet our team who's been around for a little bit, so it is a little bit surprising. I believe they are wormholers.
I am back. I am refueled. I am ready.
Oh, did you get another beer?
No comment.
Okay.
Feel personally attacked right now, and I don't think that we should be shaming one another.
No,
Please
I'm
be
not
nice.
shaming.
He
I'm
was
just
shaming.
asking.
He was making a statement.
You go over the bands already?
Negative, Ghost Rider. Do we want to
Well,
go over the bands?
Classic fight between Test and NC Don, and if history will repeat itself, who's Test? Very surprised.
Who's MC
Yeah, it's
Bon-
this is the Forgotten Alliances bracket. We'll go ahead and so with Test, they have banned the Curse, Loki, and Sleipnir, with NC Dot banning the Alligator Simi Gila.
Again, banning out Kite and banning out some control as well. That's I'm seeing a lot of that now.
yeah, the curse ban has just been a constant.
It will always be.
Always.
curse
It will-
ban
it
is
will
Powerful
always be.
platform.
Even if it's not strong, it's just a ship that is unfun to play against. Like if you get matched
Here's
up
the
against
thing,
a curse,
it is strong with the right pilot, and that is always the key point there. You can't put anyone in a curse. You have to put the one pilot in a curse, and the moment you do, the match is over. But
And
if you
really,
put,
it
you know,
makes sense. It makes sense that the Test team would ban the Curse simply because most NC Dot sucks, and the Curse is phenomenal at sucking. So very strong, targeted ban against the NC Dot team. I'd love to see how this plays out on the field.
There's an eclipse going on over here. What the hell? So much shade.
Yes, the NC Dot bans look very. Honestly, both teams look very standard. Alligator, Scimitar, Gila, all those ships are on like the topping the
I wouldn't
list for
call
the
that
most banned
standard band,
ships.
really. Like, what would you call a standard? I don't want to pick anything specific ban. I ban out the Gila because it's strong. I ban out the Scimitar because I don't want to see Kite or Good Shield. And Alligator's just a bigger Gila. It's
Yeah.
like the most. It's just like the most flat. I am not making a choice ban.
I don't want to
Yeah.
move from where I spawned on this grid. I am banning these ships. That's what it sounds like to me. I don't want to move. I didn't bring long range webs.
And honestly, it's not even like it's a bad ban. I'm not saying that it's like, oh, no, they're picking just boring bans. They're picking bans that basically have given their opponents no information. It's like, okay, they don't want to see Gilas. That doesn't mean much. They don't see a Scimitar. They
Yeah.
don't really see that much kiting, maybe, but they've
To
left
be
so
fair,
much kiting on the table. It's a
the
very
test
just
team.
flat, not saying anything ban.
Yeah, the test team hasn't given anything away either. Cursed Loki Sleipnir is also just very middle of the
Well,
road.
true, they are
Mean
banning out.
much.
That's a lot more banning out Kite and Control. Loki is also part of Rush as well. Sleipnir Loki's a Rush comp. Curse is Control. Loki can also be Control. It's looking towards that way rather than banning out a generalized ban.
True. That this is also just so common that, and they leave a lot on the table. So,
Mm-hmm.
So what's your pre-reveal bet before seeing the
Who-
ships on grid? Who do you think, just based off of bands and the name of the alliance that you see?
I don't have a choice there. There is like it's the bands just don't say much, and no offense to the teams, the names don't say much anymore either. So it's like I don't know who I'm picking here. It's Battle of the Dinosaurs.
Since if we're calling it Battle of the Dinosaurs, I'm gonna have to pick Test. I think they have a slight advantage in that arena just because of the logo. So that'll be my choice is Test.
Test as well. Unless something crazy happens on grid, I really don't see NC Dot doing that well.
Well, they are landing now, so we will get to talk about that soon. What the fuck?
Okay, did you key up for that? Because you said that as my mind said that they loaded grid. Exact same thing. That's I already know who's okay.
I just love it. You can hear like the stream of his brain going, "What am I looking at?"
This is one of the matches of all time. I'm
So,
excited for this.
I am very excited for the double Armageddon Navy issue comp. That is a strong comp. I'm really looking forward to it. Alternatively, though, NC, that's a weird comp, my guys. That's not a lot of
It
damage.
really is. That is
A lot of
I don't know why
RNG.
Celestis showed up. I think he's entered the wrong neighborhood, but
I
the rest
think
of
that
that
Celestis is there to damp out whatever the Rooks fail to jam.
Or
they
the
could have been
classic
calling
jam and then scan res damp them to make them really sad.
yeah, so they can't do anything. They can't even shoot the Rook. But to be fair, they'll probably just charge the Rook anyway, right? The
You don't even
triple
charge the
Trauga,
Rook.
though, my boys. I know it's a good ship, but chill.
It's also expensive compared
So
to the other.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Commander
say Test
Strikes.
wins this, strictly because if they get in, if it's not jammed, is taking out the nuke or the DPS potential of the entire enemy team. Their DPS is locked solely on the Draugrs. The Rooks, if they're ham fit, not a great idea. You really want to preserve the low HP of a warship by keeping them away from the fight.
I'm
What
sorry,
are your guys'
just
thoughts?
There's 2 Rooks.
Yeah, there's two. I know. That's why
I
it's
just noticed that. I wasn't paying attention. Why?
Yeah.
Okay. This
Yeah.
is yeah. Okay.
NC is cooking. All right. Jeez, I don't even know. Those Nurgles are gonna have so much fun today.
My concern is that there's every ship on the test side, other than the Magus really, is just super tanky. Gen Navies and Nurgles both are going to take a lot of time for the Draugrs to chew through. Even if the Rooks are landing jams on the Deacons, unless those are perma jams, I don't think they can. They have enough DPS to take advantage of it.
So here's the weird thing about this match, right? This is going to be a battle of the small ships. The Nurgles and the Draugrs are going to fight it out. If the Draugrs win, this match can actually really go Test's way because between the Rooks and the Celestis, they can basically shut down a Geddon Navy, or even both of them.
Correct. If the
And it
Rooks,
tanks forever.
just get rid of the Armageddon navies, right? their chances are much higher. The issue is that's 4 Amar ships because there's 2 Deacons. And I don't know how many Amar jams those Rooks have.
You don't even bother jamming them. Your Draggles will rip through those Nurgles even under Deacon reps.
I don't believe so.
You got 3 of them. It will rip them. Dude, the application's so
Nurgle
good.
Nurgle effective, their resistance pretty damn high.
Oh, for sure. But there's 3 ramping DPS. The resist only carries you so far. But it's also going on against exactly their
Yeah, it's not going very well for the Draugrs. Already one of them
Exactly.
is getting into
Not going
armor.
well.
There
Well,
is a
looks like
Guardian.
the initial jams didn't land on the Armageddon navies because those are some heavy missiles hitting.
Yeah, they're going after.
However,
Yeah, Head navies no.
The Draugrs are getting sucked, so their DPS is effectively 0 at this point.
that is a good point. The Draugrs are
And-
very cap hungry, and Mary is getting low.
And we're seeing now that the Guardian of Crawler is getting neuted out by a Geddon. We're going to wait about 10 seconds as those Rook jams cycle, and we'll see what changes.
Yep, and I think it's already going to be GG. These Guardian navies managed to do enough damage already. Even if they got stopped
Oh.
now, it's too late.
Maybe those jam cycles landed well for them. The Draugrs are starting to claw back a little bit.
I see that, but I still see the neut effect on the Guardian.
Yeah,
That
I
is a
think it's
problem.
I think they've done the
So-
damage already, surprisingly, because this is, like I
And-
said, Nurgle versus Draugr match here, and at the moment the Draugrs are actually losing.
And you must
Yeah.
remember, only about half
Done.
the DPS of a Geddon requires it to lock its target. They can just assist drones to whoever's not locked, and that's a flight of heavies.
That's
Yep,
a
Those
very
Draugrs
good
are
point.
going down quickly.
that's done.
Yeah, and that Guardian has just been Crowler has just been bullied away by Soldarius, who's been charging at him with his Geddon Navy and keeping those newts on, and he's just not getting to do much with that pressure.
I really don't see the Draugr crawling out of this one. The Guardian's still getting neuted out by Soldarius. Yeah, I don't. It's not looking good for the NC Dot team. However, I feel like this is a position that they find themselves in quickly or often, and I think they'll be able to come back from this.
Yeah, I feel like going for the double Rook, big ball play. I like it. Like, good on you for going for that. But I feel like the Celestis was just like trying to gild Jalili a bit too hard there.
Yeah, and
More
I feel like
DPS was required.
the triple Draugr is. If you look at the fully spooled out DPS, it looks great, but it's just not.
You have to get
It's
there.
not enough support to back up the Rooks.
You have
I mean,
to
that's
get
the thing
that
is, like,
DPS.
I think the part of their brain was going, if Rook jam big ship, we can shoot. But they just didn't get the critical jams, which is the joy of playing ECM, right? Spin the wheel. Do you make it or not? The answer was
The
no.
other issue with the Celestis is that it can't use its range damps to stop the damage on those Draugrs because the Draugrs have to go in super close
They're
to
brawling.
doing
Yeah,
anything.
exactly.
Well, the
I feel
Nurgle,
like it's the wrong
yes.
ship in this comp.
Yeah, the Celestis
I would-
definitely feels like a mismatch.
Yeah.
And
Everything
we're-
else, like, I can get what they're going for. Do I fully agree with Triple Dragon? No, but I can see what they're trying. But then backing with the Celestis, which is basically just there as the lame duck of the comp, I'm not the biggest fan of that. But, you know, they probably had an idea behind it. They probably had a reason. I just don't know it.
True.
I'm
Maybe
sure
those.
I'm sure NC Dot practiced a whole bunch against their renters, and that's probably why this comp it was their first pick, right? So
Does NC
we'll
not
see
have
how it
renters
goes.
anymore?
Do they even have space? It was a joke to begin with. But anyway, moving on. It looks like the Draugr is catching, but the Guardian is now scram-webbed, and it's probably going to be the next primary. We'll see. It looked severely out of position.
Yeah, this Draugr is living. I think this is what it looks like when those Rook jams might be landing. This Draugr is living a lot longer. As I say that, he might die now, but like
Cast
they
is
needed
cursed,
this
man,
at the.
every time.
They needed this at the start of the match. It's now if all the jams are landing now, it's too late now. Everything's fallen apart already.
I also think it's weird that a ship bonused for range on Ewar got within newt range of a Geddon. That is very strange. I don't know why Alan is getting neutered right now, but
Well, the Rook actually is not Ewar range bonus. It's only strength. So that
It's only
actually is. It's only strength and activation cost. So
there you go.
its jams
I'm wrong.
actually are super low range, and they are specifically pretty vulnerable to newt pressure because that ECM is super cap dependent, and they don't really want to be spinning their mids on a cap booster.
Well, this was definitely one of the matches of all time.
Yeah, again, if they would have gone against a comp that was a bit more mixed in its structure, something that wasn't 4 out of 7 ships being Amar, or a comp that had most of its DPS split maybe the Rooks would have shined better, right? If they were against the Stardays or if they were against Paladin or something like that, they probably would have done much better. But the fact that these drones do not care about jams is
It was very much
why
a
we
win
saw
on
those
Warframe
drivers
comms
die.
for sure.
I was about to point out, it's not just 4 MR ships. Trigs, I use MR sensors too, so it is 6
You're
out of the
right.
7 ships on the other team are all MR. So all those off racials are useless
You're
on the
right.
Rooks.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like,
I forgot about the trig ships. You're right. For some reason, I thought they were
my brain
Galente.
was telling me that. I was like, no, that's not the case, right? No, they're not that. Turns out it was. Oops.
Yeah, these Celestis is just sitting at range, doing nothing. The Rook has, if Alan's been run down by a Nurgle, and it'll just be a slow cleanup from tests, see if they can get the 150 in time. I don't think they will. I don't think they quite have the range to burn around here.
I think they got this Rook, and that's it.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be able to get the other ones unless the Celestis or Rook decide to boundary or ram.
Definitely an interesting comment. It's kind of interesting that it's really hard, as you saw, it's stacked up on Amari and stuff. I'm surprised they didn't go for the Pontifex just to fill it out, Just go the whole Amar and just screw people over.
Yeah,
People like
honestly,
Vex.
maybe that would have been. I guess the trade off there is the better info links, which they don't have any E-War to support, but honestly, having those better E-War links off the Ponti might have been helpful against these Rooks, but it didn't matter in the end.
Yeah. And besides, that's only against just ECM. It's not the most common thing to see. You see it a lot, but it's not like every match brings ECM.
True. I mean, having bonus info links is also helpful for that extra range when you're being damped. But yeah, it is mostly a Rook effectiveness against ECM sort of thing. As the 50 seconds left, as the Rook has died, I don't know. Maybe they will get one more here.
Nope. 5 seconds done.
Well, congrats
yep.
to Test. You guys, even though
sweep.
your alliance doesn't really exist anymore, you guys stomped these NC. They don't really exist either. Congrats.
I think we can definitely say that was the weirdest match we've had so far.
Yeah, that was a little out of left field for sure.
The triple Draugr tech was not it today for NC, but
which is funny because it actually is surprisingly good in some scenarios, chasing out backlines, murdering small ships. Just unfortunately, they ran into the exact thing they didn't want to run into. Newts and
those bonus newts, like range,
Newt and
that
assault
shuts
frigate,
them
to be
down.
honest.
Yeah.
Like newts and assault frigates is bad enough. Like the fact that they're Nurgle just made it that extra bit worse. High resist plus reps plus newts, you're just done. And then drones, you couldn't even ECM things off. So they ran into the exact worst thing for that idea. Cool idea, respect NC, good on you, but yeah, no, go back to the drawing board.
And
Please
needed some more time in the kitchen for sure.
Yeah, exactly. That was undercooked. If it was a chicken, I'd be getting salmonella right about now.
Yeah, I mean the Draugr is a great ship, like you said, but maybe not that many of them. Maybe a few less.
Woo.
Okay, so are we not live anymore?
No. Hi, everyone
Okay.
on stream. This is BTT running the back end. We have a break for the next 15 minutes. The next match is going to be, if I can find where it is on my spreadsheet, at 19:08, which is in 20 minutes. So we're going to go on a break and we'll see you then. Please enjoy.
So we can talk now and people won't hear us? Nope, people still hear us.
Nope, they can still hear you, Wally.
Well,
Yeah, go on.
All right, well, welcome to the B team, boys. We are back from Amar, or back to Amar. Teams are currently getting ready in system, so we'll be back very soon. And I'm just having a look at the teams and bands. Give me a quick second. Desync and is that Seriously Suspicious? I think so. Yep, Seriously Suspicious. And we have for Desync, they've banned Barga, Sentinel, Augur, and Navy issue. And Seriously Suspicious banning out Kerry's Paladin Orthrus. So honestly, the one that's sticking out to me most is banning the Org Navy because that ship is uppointed right now. So why are people scared of it?
I think it's probably PTSD from practice and having
Yeah,
that ship
exactly
kind of.
that, man.
Yep. You know exactly what happens. You fight it. You gotta shoot the Org Navy, and the Org Navy's that that tanky. You wake up in a cold sweat for days afterwards.
These definitely very scattered bans. So Desync banning out a kite ship in the Bargast, a control kite ship in the Sentinel, and a kind of like screening almost kite but brawl ship in the Org Navy. Seriously Suspicious banning out the Kerrys. Okay, don't want to see any kitey boys. The Paladin, who could barely move, and then the Orthrus, which kites again. So every team is. This is actually very scattered, not exactly precise bans. Not to say that's a bad thing. It's just interesting.
Is if the Kerrys and the Paladin are both being banned, and the Authors is being banned, what do those three ships kind of shut down? I think it kind of shuts down kite. Because the Kerrys stop you kiting if it reduces your range. The Paladin, you can't really kite a Paladin because it can touch you in your special place,
Exactly,
regardless of where you are in the arena. And the Orthrus is
the
just
king of
going to
kite,
chase you down.
Yeah, the Orthrus is the king of kite and also kind of counter kite. Also, long range scrams is scary to look at.
Yes.
So we should potentially be seeing a kite comp here, but just because we see that doesn't mean that's actually what's happening.
Yes. So, what do you think of these teams that you've seen so far? Have you watched Desync and Seriously Suspicious play?
I don't believe I have, no, so I've got no clue what these guys are like, but
I believe I've seen Seriously Suspicious play in the first day, and I think they did pretty okay, which
that's
is
good to hear.
good for this part of the tournament because you wanna get yourself in a decent enough position now, so you don't have to worry going further on in the tournament.
I gotta say, honestly, like in the tournament as a whole so far, the skill floor is higher than I've seen it for a while. Like seeing teams I've never heard or seen pop up and actually do pretty okay. Do they make mistakes? Yes. Not the best comps, sure, but everyone actually comes out with a reasonable level of skill, which is nice to see.
Yeah,
Oh, hello.
we are seeing teams start to move to grid.
I'm sorry, I'm now just looking at what they've got.
Ooh.
All right. If it's
Ooh,
starting
okay.
right now, I'm back.
Welcome back, buddy. Oh my god, they all warped in at 0!
Okay.
Ooh, new ball.
Okay, I'm going to transfer you over to the arena now. Here we go.
Everybody.
And why don't the
welcome to
two of
the
you
fight.
take this away?
Oh, mate. Oh, mate. Oh, mate. Let's get everything locked up. This is going to be wild. It's the brawl at 0, boys. Yeelers versus Kizriels and Stabber Fleets. We've got a Nighthawk and Scimitar as well. This is going to be chaos. Morlis. That Morlis probably feels like the most useless guy in the world.
Yeah, that Mollis is going to be pretty ineffective.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be crazy. This is going to be like very aggressive start. The question is, what do you go for first in this scenario? What thing do you think? I got all three Gears. Are these Hammer Gears or are these Rapido Gears? I believe those actually might be No, I think there's a Rapido.
It's hard to see on your camera. I think you got depth of field activated.
Probably. Those are Rapids. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, definitely. Yep. Oh, well. This is going to be crazy. A lot of DPS going to come out. Those Guilds are going to be loving it because their drones will be out on target immediately. And they're actually surrounded by both high tanky ships and also low tank ships. The Stabber fleets are not known for being thick monsters. There you go, mate. Sorry. 15 seconds. Let the party begin. Oh, mate. This is going to be a rush. 3, 2, 1. Let's go, boys! And drones are out. People are already just starting to shoot. There we go. They're going on a Gila and a Kizriel first. probably not the worst call. To be honest, they can rip through a Kizreal really quick with that amount of DPS. Gila is probably the best option they've got. Let's be honest. But the main key here is going to be that Scimitar rep is going to be so good at range. He might actually end up being the reason this team wins. Oh man, look at that Kizreal. He's going down quick. He's going in the hole already. That is so much DPS. Gilas are disgusting for that, and their tank is also obnoxious. But that Gila may go down first, which, yep, first blood goes to the Gila. The Kizreal is holding in hull. I mean, I don't know if I call that holding. He's still there. They're going for the second Gila. Where are the Stabber fleets? I just want to know. Stabber fleets are actually in the brawl too, so the Gila should really be shooting a Stabber fleet right now. They should not be bothering with the next Kizreal. These are so weak. No, they're hitting a Deacon. Oh wow. Deacon is going down so... Yeah, Deacon's gone. Goodbye. I don't believe these are Heavens, but they honestly they might be. I could be remembering the model. But Gila's still being pressured. They're going for the Inquisitor next. I think that's probably a bit of a waste, but I won't complain. Gila's going into armor already. This is an incredible amount of damage at 0. Where's the other Gila? Okay, the other Gila has pulled range. Good. Aussie and the other Gila has pulled away from this fight. There's no reason to sit at 0. So the next target has to be the Nighthawk, which is honestly the worst target you could choose to shoot in a brawl, especially with a Scimitar wrapping him. No, they are shooting the Scimitar. Oh, wait, hold on. There's a Stabber fleet has left the building, and it's both of them. They're all chasing the Scimitar now. They've actually left the Nighthawk behind. They've just ignored it. The Kizreal of Crafter is currently being pounded upon, but he's trying to get away, but I think he is being chased by the Nighthawk as well, as the Scimitar does get tackled down. So yeah, that Scimitar's going to go down real quick, but they're going to lose a Kizreal for it, but that might still keep them in the lead here. Gila and Nighthawk versus 2 Stabber fleets and a Kizreal. I think I'd probably still go for the Stabber fleets and Kizreal. That is wild. Yep, Scimitar's going down real quick. There he goes. Does he die before the Kizreal? No, he doesn't. Kizreal's down first, then the Scimitar. And now it's just going to be a full-on race. And there is a lot of DPS in this comp. Please go past the Nighthawk. Go for something else. Nope, they are going for the Nighthawk. Okay. They're committing for the big boy. They kind of have to. He's right there. There's a lot of damage in 2 SFIs, though, and a Kizreal. So this is going to be a really, really high amount of DPS, but the Nighthawk is known to be thick. Kizreal now dropping medium armor drones? Why are you dropping medium armor drones? You're the one being shot, sir. No, wait, no mind. Those are on. He's got some of his own, then there's also some on him. Fair enough. Ooh, where's the Gila's being hit? Okay, the Gila actually went into the fight right next to the Stabber fleets, and they hard swapped. They hard swapped to this Gila right in the middle of this. They could have kept going for that hook. They chose not to. That is really good target calling. Most people try and keep on the target they're shooting. Biggest respects to that. They could probably rip through this Gila and then potentially go for the Nighthawk, or maybe even chase after the Maulus and Jackdaw and leave this Nighthawk behind. Gila goes down. Kizreal's about to go down behind him, but that's a really good quick swap there.
A interesting thing to notice, High Stream, is that the Nighthawk is 2 points more expensive than the 2 Stabber fleet issues are, so they have to kill the Nighthawk with the 2 Stabber fleets to warrant winning this match.
Okay, well, Time City Stabber fleets are particularly tanky. No, no, they're not tanky enough. They have to just overheat prey. There is no, and also there's ECM drones even on one of them as well, so that's just not doing well.
These Stabber fleets do have a little bit of rep power left, but the Nighthawk is completely buffer, as you can see by the defense bars.
Yep, we're trying to get past peak regen. We're below 663. We're going down to that magical 33. But I think Nighthawk's going to win this race. He's already 50% shield, and the Stabber fleet's almost gone. Yeah, I think the Nighthawk's going to come away with this. Unless the Stabber fleet can break away and leave. Which I think he's actually trying to do. Look at him. He's actually trying to pull range there. If you can get out of range, he's got a chance.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to know the Nighthawk only has a web, so if the other Stabber fleet holds him down, he might be able to burn away.
Yeah, unfortunately, at the last second, he did turn around. It didn't particularly matter in the end. So now it's one Stabber fleet versus a Nighthawk, which, by the way, still not hit peak regen. So the Nighthawk's going to hold this. That's going to be the end of that. That was an incredible race there. They showed a lot of good target calling there. They showed a lot of ability to adapt to a situation, which is great to see. I've seen a lot of teams just kind of send it and just hold on one target until they're dead. This team kept seeing there's an opportunity and took it. but the Nighthawk is a very dangerous ship for a reason.
Yeah, it's
And the
just
Maul is nothing.
yeah, it is a literal brick that sits in the middle of the arena and does an amazing amount of damage if it can hold stuff down. We have seen before what happens if a Nighthawk can't apply any of its damage. It just sits there like a wet paper towel in the middle. But with webs and with everything brawling at 0, they managed to keep everything held down.
Yeah, big respect to that. That was a very well played match.
And with that, we're going to pass it back to Amar.
To Amar and ourselves.
Yes.
Do we have bans for the next match?
Yes, we should.
Why do I not see that on the schedule?
The schedule is not updating at the moment because that many people are viewing it at times.
Oh god, okay. So where the hell do I find this?
I have the bans right here.
Hell yeah, tell me.
That match was just Desync versus Seriously Suspicious, was it not?
Yes.
So this match is Cosmic Potion versus Ramrod Redux, led by Radicos. Try say that 3 times.
Yeah, I believe by Rambo were the guys who brought the No Logi, Kizreal, and Cinnable artillery comp.
So, Cosmic Potion have banned Keres, Kitsune, Paladin, and Orthrus. Ramrod Redux have banned Keres, Blackbird, Curse, Leshak, which are the Orthrus and the Leshak being the extra bans they got from having a copy.
The amount of control bans there is wild. Everyone banning out cheap control too. Keres, Kitsune, those are your cheap controls, and the Blackbird can be considered cheap as well. The Curse being the big, I don't want to see this ban as well. Paladin as well. Paladin is a very curious pick. We do see a bunch of them, but I'm actually surprised when you ban those ships, you then ban the Paladin. I think Cosmic might be looking for a kite comp here, but then they ban the Orthrus after to kind of hurt themselves with it. Very interesting.
Yeah, I'm especially interested in a Blackbird ban. We haven't seen much of the Blackbird bans, and have we seen much of the Blackbirds in the tournament?
We've seen a couple. We've seen a pair, at least one pair of them on the other stream, and potentially another one. So they are around, but they are not as common as other things. We've seen a double Rook comp. We've seen, I believe, a Falcon comp. Blackbirds aren't being seen that much, but that being said, they are a budget version. Blackbirds are actually quite cheap in comparison. I think they're like 18 compared to 25 points. So they are like, you can really cheap out on them and bring them instead. So it's very like Ram just said, I don't want to see control. Keres, Blackbird, Curse, I don't want control. I do not want to be controlled. I want to do what I want.
That's a very
But
good
what do they
point.
want to do?
I am back, team.
On that
Hey, welcome back. You missed an awesome match.
I'm
I'm
gonna
sad that I missed it.
pass you all back to Wally, and I'm gonna go back to running the stream. So see you in the back.
Oh, mate, he's hiding out in the background. What a shame.
Yep, there he goes, just like that.
Yep. Anyways, so you missed the bans of this one, Wally, but do you want me to tell you what they are just so you can hear them? Or do you want to look in chat?
I think I see them right now. Cosmic Potion did Keres, Kitsune, Paladin with the Keres Blackbird Curse from Ramrod, and their overbands were Orthrus Leshak.
What are you thinking about this? Like when you look at that, what are you thinking?
Neither of them want to be controlled. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I'm glad to see that we have the same brain cell that is bouncing between us.
Yep, I got 2 of them fighting for 3rd place, so that's about where I've landed right now.
Like Paladin and Leshak are the 2 big ones there. One banning out a brawling, high damage, high tank, and multiple utility ship, and the other banning out a not moving long range sniping ship. So,
yeah,
definitely curious there.
I do remember that the Paladin's still pretty good at brawling. Does have that rep bonus, but it's nowhere near the Leshak.
Exactly, and if you wanted to brawl, there are actually better options than Paladin, but the Paladin's a great mix. But yeah, I want to see what their guys have got. They've basically just said we don't want to be controlled, which is great. You know, if they're all Americans, no taxation for representation or something like that.
Freedom will ring.
Yeah, freedom, right?
They want freedom to roam the battlefield. All right. I can't even guess what they would use. Cosmic Potion?
Exactly that. What do you bring in the scenario? The answer is basically anything you want.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at it this way: the first ban phase that I've seen in a while, where there's no Garissa ships banned. So we may see Alligator Gila comp from one of the sides.
the weird thing about it is, right, the alligator and Gila don't care about being controlled. Keris and Kitsune do not affect them because of their drones. Same with
That's
the
true.
Blackbirds. Even the Curse, none of them care. So
That's
this
a good
doesn't,
point.
at least to me, it doesn't scream an anti-Gristus ban. But the fact that Gristus is fully open is going to be very interesting to see what people have planned for that.
I think what we'll see is that comp where you see like Oniros Oracle, maybe an Astarte on one of the sides, because it's kind of open right now. You're not going to be damped out for a rail platform. We may see ENI as well, at least for Cosmic Potion. For Ramrod, I don't know. The Lashak
Yeah.
ban. They don't want to deal with something that can spool on them. And they don't want something with the shit ton of newts.
Also, screw you, bananas. That man's going to be trolling me for about that for like 5 years, I swear.
Oh no, dude. Did you say
Don't ask.
explosive or something?
I believe I did, yes.
Oh yeah.
Yep,
brother.
yep. I'm never going to live that one down.
No, not at all.
All right, guys are entering local, so we've got a bit more time. But looking at these teams, looking at these bands, do you have any bet which way this is going to go? Where are you throwing your hat?
Cosmic Potion.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I am a big old fan of the Ram boys. I'm totally not paid off by Radicos here, so I'm going to back them. They're my boys.
Yeah. I mean,
Even if they
Radico's
one of the
pretty good
worst
pilot.
comps I've seen this early today. Sorry.
No, I mean, he's a good pilot, right? He's been around the mini game of EVE Online for a bit, so may have a better understanding than I
This
do
is
for
the
sure.
mini game of Eve.
It is the mini game, all right. This is the MOBA of EVE, and there's one lane.
You made me feel sick the moment you said that. You telling me I've been playing the MOBA this entire time? I've been avoiding MOBAs my entire life.
This is a MOBA, brother. I'm sorry,
All right.
but that's okay. God, can you imagine an actual EVE MOBA? Kind of segueing while we wait for shit to land, but
No.
imagine the ventures he'd protect.
No, don't give CCP ideas, please. No. I don't want
All they need is a blockchain MOBA, dude. Let's go.
All right. Looks like teams are warping in.
Don't
now,
say it.
So let the games begin. And what in the
Ooh.
world am I looking at? Hello.
Okay. I'm not upset. I'm not upset by Ramrod's comp right now. I'll wait till it loads on the screen.
Here we go again.
Yeah, that's it's gonna be a weird one.
New guard versus old guard.
For those
Flip us over, please.
watching right now, the camera will be shifting. All right. We wait till everything lands on grid, get stable 0 ms, then we switch the camera.
There we go. We're over. And ho baby.
All right, talk about the team that you want to win.
Brawl for all, mate. Unga bunga at 0. Let's go.
So, like I said, it's opened up for an alligator comp, right? For red. I assumed that's what they'd bring, and that is exactly what they're bringing. We've seen this comp. Literally, they've done this. 3 alligator, 2 jackdaw, 2 scalpel. The jackdaws are there to scram, web down whatever the alligators need to kill. Very effective against those phantasms. I really think that they should be ramming those phantasms immediately. One, because of the EM thermal versus an alligator, and second, because once those webs are dead, they're not going to apply to the alligator or to the phantasms.
The double phantasm. Okay, that's an option. You're not going to outrun the drones. They're still going to ruin you. You might maybe it could be good against a ham rush potentially, but that's kind of what this is actually. Now I think about it.
Yeah, this is the phantasm.
This
This is exactly where it wants to be. It wants to be against a comp that relies on something being tackled, and the phantasms are very hard to pin down. The only things that web on this grid historically with this team is their jackdaws. Maybe they've went to the drawing board and they fix their alligators to make them not just a brick. We'll see.
They're going to be some small amount of tackle, I believe, on the alligators, and there may be a paint potentially on the jackdaws, I think. But those phantasms are going to run for their lives, and the Sleipnirs are going to just try and brawl. And I get the feeling they're just going to die.
It's gonna hurt, man. That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot.
But if they're not tackled, they can take those drones for a ride.
Yeah. Promise they start at 0, so this is going to be a lot of pain immediately. Here we go. Match is underway.
Here we go.
Let
I'm
Unga
going to
Bunga
watch that
begin.
Spitball and Harpy. I want to see what they're doing, but they're going to hurt someone real bad.
All right, Spipples went in. Spipples are no ballsing. They're just going straight in. Let's go. Party time. Tank's being hit by a few things, but the Spipples are going straight. Sorry, yes. The Sleipnir's going straight for an alligator. They're going to rush this thing down.
Very strange first primary, but all right.
Honestly, it's probably the right thing, I think, here. Like, 2 scalpels, don't even bother. Just kill one of the big DPS ships, and then maybe your Osprey can hold. You have to bring DPS to a manageable number.
Yeah.
And honestly, look at it. They are holding perfectly fine. The Osprey will go down at some point, but
not right now. I think they're going to trade an alligator, possibly a scalpel as well, for an Osprey. The Osprey's still tanking. Newts have been. It's weird to see them neuting their primary. They should be neuting the Kalen Barbarian of the scalpel while killing the other scalpel. But
yep. But they get the scalpel. The alligator's about to go down too. This is a beautiful rush from the alligator, from the Sleipnir. Sorry, the Phantasm, by the way, they are at distance. They're neuting things. They're shooting things. They are doing exactly what a Phantasm should be doing. Tank is about to go down though. He's running out of time. Drones are hurting. There he goes. And by the way, that was just like 2 Vespers, I think, and a bunch of infiltrators. That was not that many drones on him. That hurts.
Yeah, that Osprey is now down. I mean, let's see what the next primary is. They still got 2 Jackdaws up for tackle, but it looks like they're staying on these Sleipnirs. What sucks is since they went at 0, they can't separate these Sleipnirs.
Yep. It's going to be a brawl. And I think at this point, though, once the alligator goes down, it's going to be over unless they can make a significant dent in the Sleipnir. They have to just put as much damage into a Sleipnir as they can.
Triple down for Ramrod. That was a choice.
They're shooting a Phantasm. No,
not an unwed Phantasm is not the best.
That's out of all the targets on the grid, that was the wrong target. Unfortunately, they were doing quite okay here, but that is the first bad call. And honestly, that kills the last chance they had.
That is it. I was wrong. Cosmaker not winning this. Looks like Ramrod will move on.
KJ should just be pulling range now. He's currently still doing donuts. He should just pull range and leave.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's still donuting around them. Like, just leave, dude. Just go. I don't know why you're staying in optimal range. Go. Okay, well, he's going to get himself killed, but by all rights, he shouldn't be able to be shot. But yeah, last alligator going down. Respect. This is a great rush.
Those medium drones don't care too much about the Sig Tank of the Phantasm, but as you see, they are trailing behind.
Yeah, the drones were barely on him. That was purely missiles doing the work.
Yeah.
The drones weren't actually getting the target. Oh, now it's a Jackdaw. Where's he going? I think he's going to the Edge of Glory.
Yep.
Is he? Nope.
He's going straight to Z kills where he's... Oh, I guess not. Never mind.
Nope. He's just flying around while getting droned. That Phantasm is definitely a wild choice there. I mean, good on them. That's a cool idea. I don't know if I'd pick them in any other scenario.
Very risky pick because a lot of the comps that we've been seeing today have utility highs for newts, and the Phantasms are just useless in that scenario.
Yeah,
I feel like that Phantasm was put in there to get around the Orthoris ban.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
There's other options, you know.
There definitely other. Like Caracal Navy issue is pretty dang strong, but it worked.
But hey, like, I'm not saying it's like the worst picker. They did very well with it, but that's that match over. We're going to go back and keep chatting about it. And we're now back in Amar, and we're joined by one of my favorite people. Hey, Overlord, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, you know, I've been enjoying it. It's been a good series of matches. Things have been a bit wild over here. How's it been over on your side?
It's been great. We've had a couple of good matches. We had some people forgetting that drone comps they have counters, and then trying to ban themselves into being only able to bring a drone comp and then getting dunked on. So it's been exciting. That looked like an interesting match. I came in halfway through that one, just in time to see Florida Man go down to the Sleipnirs.
Is that what we're calling alligator comps? Florida Man?
Absolutely what we're calling alligator
beautiful.
comps.
Nice. I will admit, as an Australian, I'm personally triggered that they were not called crocodiles. That North American bias coming in there. But that was a second match in a row, I believe, which has started with Unga Bunga battle at 0. And it's not what I've been expecting to see. The last match that Ramrod flew, they flew a no logi boom headshot comp. And this
Did
time
they
they come
win?
back with a brawl. No, absolutely not. They got
It
they got
sounds like they
dumped.
learned.
Yeah, exactly that. They had no logic to win up against a Bargus triple author, so they just got sent to
Yeah.
the dirt.
I mean,
Unfortunately,
the No Logi has a place in tournaments, but it is usually like all your eggs are firmly in one basket, and then you throw the basket in the air, and the idea is to kill the enemies before all the eggs land on the ground and smash. And it is extremely time limited. If it doesn't
Yeah.
go immediately your way, you're kind of screwed, and that's kind of what happened when they brought that. I know it's easy to look at like 7-man comps and be like, oh man, if we bring No Logi, then we have a 7th or maybe even a 6th DPS ship.
yeah.
That's awesome. There's more DPS, but it's just such a fallacy sometimes.
All right. Wait, why are we still in the arena? Why is the arena not being cleared? I'm confused.
I think they're just hanging out, you know?
Yeah, I think they're just chilling on.
They're just chilling, you know? They're bringing it all in. Just having a good time.
Yes.
There we go. They're
Well,
being
while
teleported.
we relax, has anyone got the bans for the next match?
I do. So we're looking at No Need versus Center of Advanced Studies, and No Need, the red side, has banned the Kurskila Slepner, with Center of Advanced Studies banning Kurskila Abaddon, the double bans of Kurs and Gila. So we've got 2 additional bans per side. That will be the Mollusk Carries for No Need, and Leshak and Alligator for Center of Advanced Studies. Or it's not even studies, right? What is that? Kind of cuts out on the
Suffering.
sheet. Suffering. Okay.
Advanced suffering, yeah.
Very sick.
They've got a really cool story. I don't know if you know much about Cast, but they've been playing in the tournament, usually Alliance tournament, for a long, long time
Yeah.
as Castabouts, and they are all members of the Center for Advanced Studies, the Rookie Corp. So when you create a new character, you enter that corporation, and if you're in a specific bloodline, and you can never rejoin it if you leave. So all their members stay in that Rookie Corporation, and they go around and they PvP people, and everyone thinks, oh, it's just a rookie person. They've never left the Rookie Corp, and that's kind of
Yeah,
their thing.
I flown against them in Syndicate like years ago, and they are a joy to fly around, either against or with, because they just live it. They just don't care. They're just having fun, just relaxing, just doing crazy stuff.
Yeah,
The fact that they came to tournaments in a rookie corp and kick butt like they do, biggest respect to them. I love them to bits. Well, these bands, I got them written down now.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Kurskila Slepner Mollusk Carries for one side. That's a pretty wide array of bans there.
That is
for
shield and
effectiveness.
control just deleted, basically.
Yeah, just gone. You cannot bring that.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, Orthrus is still there, Bargus is still there, and stuff, other stuff along those lines. Nighthawk is even there, and Loki. So we could see
I mean,
some
Fleet
shield
Cyclone is still
Russians.
there as well. So if
Yeah.
I'm
That's true.
them, I'm bringing something like Fleet Cyclones. Maybe the Scimitar's open, so you toss in a couple of Arthurses, a couple of Fleet Simis, and maybe some control with like Hyenas available. If you have the points for that.
Yeah, still open.
You could also bring a Loki, also works, but then you would have to probably downgrade from a Scimitar. So really, there's a lot of stuff still open. So we will certainly see.
The interesting one about that I see is that the Slep was a straight ban. It was not a rollover ban, right?
Correct.
So
That
they
is
burned Kurskila, then burned Slep. That's
They're using EM
somewhat
Thermal.
yeah.
That is a Paladin or Baden comp. No Baden. That's banned. So maybe we'll see. Something's EM Thermal. They don't want to deal with that Slepner.
Yeah, Slep also has other benefits as well, being quite fast, pretty self-reliant as well. They can be rush or a boom headshot setup. So their Slep is a bit of a dangerous ship, but yeah, it looks like the EM Therm might be the way of looking at that. The other side went Curse Gila, but then went Abaddon. So both of them banned out the Curse Gila, saying we don't want to see those two things, and then banned out a unique ship. Abaddon
Yeah.
basically being the budget version of a Paladin in this scenario.
Yeah, but there's a lot less points, and it does project pretty much as well, if not as better. And you can
bar tankier.
Yeah, you can tank the heck out of that thing. I mean, with beams, which would be bold, you can hit across the arena. But even with pulses, and you fit long range ammo, you can hit like 70, 80, no problem. And you track super well. So if the enemy is bringing in like a shield kiting logistics cruiser, that Abaddon can pressure it from almost anywhere.
Interesting thing is then that team then banned Leshak then Alligator. Leshak being one of the best brawling battleships in terms of just raw damage. So I'm looking at that and wondering, do we maybe see a Paladin from that team? Because they want to be able to shoot at range, not be kited, not be controlled, not be outbrawled by an Abaddon or Leshak.
Yeah, there are
which
two
is
ships when
nice.
you're in a paladin you don't want to face them. That's the Leshak and the Tempest, right? So
Yeah.
I guess they chose the Leshak because it's scarier. I don't know. Maybe if they're doing paladin comp or redeemer, like one redeemer, one paladin, this is a very good comp spread or ban spread.
I will say, with the new ships being added, it does seem to be a bit harder now to properly like ban out something you don't like. Even with these roll-on bans, like how do you really say I don't want to see this? Especially when you
You
still
look,
have
you look for the
Gallifrey on there.
linchpin ships,
Yeah.
and you say you can still bring X comp, but you have to bring a worse version of it. You don't say you can't bring this comp entirely anymore. You used to be able to say that for sure,
Yeah.
and that's wasted because there's so many ways to like have other comps or swap things around. So instead, you accept that they can probably bring whatever they want, and you just find the most powerful ship for each comp, and you ban that, unless there's really things that mess up your comp. So that's today's kind of ban strategy. How do we stop them bringing their favorite comp, and how do we make it worse? And how do we stop our comp from being countered?
Yeah, it's also kind of cool seeing which ships are omitted from being banned. The obvious one here is Orthrus. No Orthrus ban. That's been one of the most common ships used, and yet both teams have left it on the field, which is a very curious pick, and it definitely can adjust how you're going to set up your comp.
It's just not seeing Orthrus on either side. I think we're going to see two cruiser lodges.
Yeah, there's definitely a high chance of that as well. Oh, both teams are ready, but they just need to get onto the grid. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one because the bans say a lot but say nothing at the same time.
Yeah, it really does. That's the versatility or how open the comps can be in this game. There's just so many choices.
Or it's just because there's many choices, there's plenty of ways to pick the wrong thing still.
All right, well,
Okay.
while these guys start warping into the arena, I want to hear it, Overload. Which team do you want to win here?
Which team?
I know, right? Let's hear it. Before they even get here, what team are you backing?
I've always been a bit of a fan of the color red, so I'm gonna go for the red team, which I think is that cast about this time.
No, it's not.
Wrong.
Incorrect.
Wrong.
Oh,
No need, lose face.
Who are they?
I don't know.
That's
Do you
fair.
know who they are?
No.
I'm gonna go team red
right.
anyway. I
Oh,
like
yeah.
red. Let's go team red.
I'm going Castabells. Like
I'm going Casterbass too. I mean, come on. They're great. Also, I know the name.
yeah, that too.
I
Nothing
don't have
against
the
the other people's
spreadsheet in
forces.
front of me, so I don't know which team is which.
Yeah. The thing as well is, like, this team could be people that will like some of the best parts and stuff. I just don't know the name immediately off the top of my head.
This is interesting. Looks like we have 4 fleet cyclones here.
Ooh,
Oh,
we
wow.
didn't stream it yet, brother.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
The camera will be shifting shortly for those watching.
Yep. Don't worry, guys. Relax. Match is about to start.
But it is something that you said earlier, Overlord. That does make sense. That it opened up the sci-fi. And both teams have picked the sci-fi. The one went heavy with some Orthruses. And that would be your favorite team. Whereas Castabouts went with the Loki, which is something that we discussed. And we are seeing Cruiser Logi on both teams.
Yeah, the scimitar though is a much more powerful kiting version of the Shield Tech 2 Cruiser Logi. It's just faster. It reps a bunch. It's usually pretty okay. The Osprey, the problem with that is it's just slow AF. It's a slow fat boy. So it doesn't kite anywhere near effectively, which is why the scimitar is such a popular ban against kiting teams. The Osprey does rep a little bit more, I think, and it can be a bit tankier just because of the slot layered. I would imagine then that the blue side here with the Loki and an Osprey, they are more likely to try and ram in, whereas red team, Scimitar, Orthruses, they're probably going to be
I
our
believe
long
these are
range
heavy
kitey
missiles as well.
boys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
these are all heavy.
think I'm pretty sure blue team's going to be kiting here.
Yeah, let's check out red as
blue
well. See
team's
what they're
weapon.
up to. Are they also doing the same? Yeah, these are both heavy missile kite cyclone fleets. It's gonna be very interesting seeing the weight being put into the Orthrus to murder low end, where the other team went for the Hyena and Jackdaw.
I
So
believe the
that
Jackdaws will have an advantage here of deleting that dual fleet issue with light missiles. It's going to
potentially
apply a
the
lot
Orthrus
better
can
than
do the exact same
HMO.
thing to the Hyenas as
But
well. This is gonna
that's
be a
true.
lot
That
of
is an
just
Orthrus.
murder. A lot of murders going on here. And 15 seconds to a match.
I think Orthrus is into Hyena go better than Jack does into Vigil Fleet here.
All right. I expect to see some small ships just die in seconds. Jackdaw light missiles,
Oh, for
Ultras
sure.
rapid lights. Just there should be some deletions going on.
So red team has chosen to go aggressive. They are rushing straight into blue team. With the missile comp, that always gives the team running away an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep,
it'll be
that's why
very
we
interesting
need
to see who's getting hit hardest. I'm going to assume Cosmic's going
Oh,
to
that
start taking
Jackdaw
damage first.
already gone. Delete it.
Yep, gone.
Ultra
That is
supremacy.
crazy.
Ultra's
That
showing
missile flight
exactly why
speed
they
is
were feared.
insane.
It's amazing how much they can do in there. The second Jackdaw's being primary, but I think Unifan should be recognizing this now. Should be able to rep that guy quicker. Yep, there you go. Some rep cycles coming in, but it's still
Not enough.
Ultra. It still doesn't matter.
Yep, Orthruses do not care about reps.
Oh yeah.
We see one Orthrus already going down. It's dipping, but I think the Simi, with its I'm guessing it's 3 large, is able to rep through the damage. Bleeding a little bit in the armor.
Oh, and the Osprey is currently kind of sitting on his own a bit, and you can see the ships burning over there. Cyclone Fleet and Ultras going over for that Osprey.
Yeah, that Osprey is getting chunked right now.
Meanwhile, the Scimitar is being entirely unbothered.
No
So yeah,
web,
this is going to
nothing.
slowly
Yeah.
go more and more towards this team. Like it's just ripping them open. Well, Ultra supremacy, man. I did tell you the Ultras are great at murdering small ships.
They really are. Yeah.
I reckon it's going to be probably the highest ratio of pick ban this weekend, at least, in terms of ban it or bring it. Usually, you get a few ships every tournament that are ban or bring. I think Orthrus has very much fallen into that category today.
Yeah, Ultras have also historically been absolute demolition machines on TQ. Like they got nerfed once upon a time because they were that damn good.
I can confirm Orthrus is the most picked cruiser currently.
There you go.
Not even surprised.
And it is the 3rd most banned cruiser. If we consider the curse.
Now, so they've realized their situation, but I think even at this point, if they manage to kill a Scimitar, nothing will change. The fortune this match went south quick and kept going that way. So yeah, well, can't argue with that one. Unfortunately, they did pretty well. Both
Scimitar
teams
is
flew alright.
scrammed now, so Scimitar is going to die. Like this is it for him.
I think it's a little too late.
It is too late, especially because they're about to lose Aben in that fleet cyclone as well, unless he's got a secret pocket XLASB up his sleeve, which doesn't look like it. Probably going to still kill the Scimitar. He'll run out of boosts pretty soon. He's in like 5 or 6 down. I reckon they kill him before. Although the webs are off, Scimitar might be able to bolt away, but who is faster? A scrammed Scimitar or a webbed and scrammed fleet cyclone?
I think it's pretty safe to say that No Need Lose Face are going to clean this up with only a single loss.
Yeah,
they did very well executed. They were very aggressive against a missile comp, and it worked out.
Interesting as well. What we were saying at the start about how missiles work. The team that actually rushed in won this one, but I think again it's because of the Orthruses. The correct move is to pull away and let the other opponent come to you. It gives you more range. But again, Orthruses are the frigate killers. They are the destroyer killers. They are just chainsaws of damage.
And not only are their missile flight speed insanely high, the Orthrus itself is a very fast ship. So it'll be able to close that distance quickly. Maybe the first 2 volleys didn't hit, but they definitely hit the next ones on the Jackdaw.
Exactly that. Well, let's go back to Amar. I met Amar! Woo! Well, what do we say about that one besides holy crap, that was a lot of damage?
Yep, I mean a lot of damage, a lot of shield, like very classical shield setups there. Nothing too new out of the Militant Fit book, but still executed pretty well. I'd say both sides actually executed fairly well, just one side more than the other. Like no one really kind of messed up overly. I do think the double Orthrus is a better pick than like Osprey, Hyena, and Jackdaws. Like it's obviously more points going into those 2 ships rather than spreading them around, but I just think it's better. Yeah,
it is. Orthrus provides so much utility as well as just good tank and great damage. It's really hard to beat it in this scenario. I will say as well, the flying on the team, both teams did very well as well. The Scimitar, I think, only got tackled because the Hyena threw a web on him to get his cycling fleet on him.
Yeah, I mean that's classic Hyena move. Hyenas are an underrated tournament ship. Everyone agrees that they're really valuable to bring. Long range bonus webs, very fast, very mobile, but they're also extremely difficult to fly. So having a hyena is all well in principle, but in practice, you need to also have a pilot that can fly it. And when it comes to tournaments, you have the people with heavy module loads and heavy positioning that are have to be doing a lot of things, and that's usually your battleship pilots. And then you have the frigates that are doing like utility and things like that. These are like your carries, your hyena, and those two are probably the two hardest roles other than logistics. And I would say the hyena is a lot harder to fly than many other ones, simply because you have almost no buffer by comparison. You are persona non grata to a bunch of Orthruses, so you really have to be very careful about where you are, where your positioning is to your logistics ship, and apply that web at the right time.
Just to add that as well, it's not just key in terms of defense. You are key in terms of some comps' offense. You are the paint. You are the web. You are the reason your team is doing damage. If you fail, if you make a mistake, your team, not just you, your team has become worthless. So it is both like it is very intense. It is a very high risk comp, and you can
Your
never slow down.
team
You have to
has
stay max speed.
become worthless. What a line.
I mean, hey, if you've got, let's just say, if you've got a pair of cruise ravens and you've got a hyena being their paint, the moment that hyena is gone, you might as well not have the ravens anymore. They're not going to do anything. They're just kind of there as a showpiece, Put them on the mantelpiece, not doing much. So it is a very the Keres is defensive, the Kitsune is defensive, the hyena is both, and that makes it like an even more key ship. Is why we see a lot of them. They're always around.
Yep, and they're good to swap in if you do things like ban out the rapier, Hugin, the Loki. There's a bunch of bonus web ships. The hyena, for its point cost, and speed and utility, is still, I'd say, point for point, one of the best ships in the tournament in terms of just total cost. I do like the fleet vigil pick. On the other side, it's not as strong, straight up, as a hyena. Doesn't have those tech to resist. It doesn't have the same level of bonus, but it is pretty good in a pinch. And if that's what allows them to bring things like the Orthruses instead, good shout. I mean, also worth noting, the other team was stacked on webs because they had a Loki as well as a hyena. So you got the hyena to help the Loki get in on top of stuff or be defensive, while the other one goes offensive. Really good.
Good synergy, that one for sure. And yeah, the Vigil fleet, like it doesn't do as much of the hyena as you said, but sometimes with those kind of comps, you don't need much. You've got two Orthruses. You don't need to have, a full hyena's worth of webs. You just need a little bit of web here and there. Like knowing what your comp's good at is also beautiful. And again, the hyena is a great one to show for that. But we got the next match coming up soon, so let's have a look at the bans if we can. Do you have them, Wally, mate?
I do. So NC Dot banned Alligator Onero Skila, whereas Wokewater Boo Hooligans has banned Curious Kizero Curse.
Interesting.
Alligator, what was it? Sorry, Alligator what?
Alligator, Oneros, and Gila.
I'm sorry, I only call it Gila, not Gila, and then the other team banned out. Oh, there we go.
I mean, the Gator band's interesting, especially when combined with the Gila. It says no Florida man. Very anti-lizard bands there. I've forgotten what the other. Here we go. There we are. Anti-bands. Neros as well. That is pound for pound the best tournament logistics armor cruiser in the game by far. So this was going to force people almost out of armor, because you can bring like an Executor if you're bold, or maybe a Guardian. Guardian, of course, same problem as the Osprey. It just doesn't have, and the Basilisk doesn't have the same level of like mobility. It only has those two mids. Whereas Onis in tournaments are very often dual propped. So I actually quite like those bans from NC. Taking out the Gila, popular ship, taking out the Gator, negates a lot of the sort of ham rush style things that we're seeing a bunch. I know Neros means taking an armor comp is going to be slightly underpowered if you bring logistics as well. So interesting set of bans. And then of course Deepwater going for the Kizreel, Curse, and Keres. All things that you would not want to see if you were kiting.
Definitely, yeah. It's interesting to see the ones that don't get banned out in that scenario. No kiting logi bans. They banned out Neros from NC, so that's okay. It's generally more it generally helps out brawling comps, but they can help for a kite.
Yeah, they don't want to see armor control, basically.
Oh god, sneeze. Yeah, the alligator Gila though. Just no, we don't want to see any of your Eucharistus shenanigans. We want you out of here. The curse being an obvious ban. Like I think the curse bans never say much because the curse is just a scary ship, so I'm not surprised. The Kizreal. There's so many options there. The Kizreal is an option. It's not even the best I consider.
Yeah, I would have banned Sleipnir over Kizreal, I think.
There are many like options and ideas to try and ban off that idea. But hey, they probably are cooking up with something different than I'm thinking. So
Yeah, I mean, NC Dot are a pretty long history tournament team. I'm not sure how many of the OG are in this particular um, team at the minute, but we see this quite a lot actually. You saw it in the mainstream not too long ago. Exodus were flying under whatever name they're flying today, and they brought a pretty old school style of tournament comp. So if there's some like OG NC Dot people in here, we might see some of the more traditional ones, which is all potentially where that armor control and Heroes ban comes from, because it is such a dominant setup armor control. Certainly interesting one to see.
yes. This is actually gonna be an interesting one because I think both teams have a bunch of good pilots. But both teams have an idea in mind as well, which is nice to see. I don't even know which way this is going to swing. It's going to be very much dependent on what the opposing teams think is being brought here. What do they think they're going to verse? Because if you can pick the right one, you win. Pick the wrong one, you lose.
I think Wokewater's going to win.
You think Deepwater's going to win?
Yeah.
Fair enough. What about you, Overlord? You thinking the same?
It's hard to say without seeing what the teams are bringing, but I mean, NC Dot, they're not a new team. They even if the members are relatively new in this team, there's still a lot of institutional knowledge that I'm sure they're benefiting from. I guarantee some of the old school people are still hanging around in Discords, sharing thoughts and stuff like that. Tournaments like this, like the AG, are very useful for getting more pilots up to the higher level.
I agree. In the conversation of like a winner's bracket, I would say NC Dot's very new to that, right? It's not an often thing that they get themselves into. I think Deepwater, they have a lot of old school players that are still playing, whereas NC Dot is just all brand new players.
Yeah, from what we're hearing, it's all new, so which is going to be very interesting then. It's kind of funny as well that the newer name is full of the older players, whereas the older name is full of newer players. Just everything in the world is back.
Time.
They haven't caught up with the meme where everyone keeps changing their name for every bloody tournament. So I have no clue who I'm talking about.
That is frustrating.
It's like, who is it? I don't bloody know.
Okay, here we go. Teams are landing now.
Yep. Let's have a look, see what we've got going on here. We'll be flipping over the stream as soon as they are all warped in. We're just having a quick look. And I'll tell you right now, guys, this is exciting. I can already see what's coming, and I'm looking forward to this one.
Okay, they're all here now, so we could probably switch over and have a look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, look what we see before us. We see the Guardian on one side and the Twin Deacons on the other. So both sides decided, you know what, Neros ban, still bringing our armor, and 2 Icky Turses, and then they're still bringing a bunch of control with the Celestis and the Molus. I think I prefer that team better, the NC Dot team. Two Paladins are good, but that Rook could really kind of screw them up, and the spills from those 2 Icky can be humongous, which can't be matched by those 2 Nurgles, really.
Yeah, already looking at Rook plus 2 damp ships, those Paladins are not going to be able to keep that Rook off of them. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and the Celestis and Maul's backing it up. This is going to be brutal, but however, the Icaturses have to get close enough to do something, so they are kind of forced to get close enough to actually be in threat.
Yeah, but they can spill easily around about 40 kilometers, depending on their ammo type. And to be honest, they can probably track those Deacons relatively well, even at range. It depends if those Deacons are Tenemen, which is the smart way of fitting your Deacons, in case you're listening. But we'll see as soon as they start moving how fast they go.
Yeah, in fact, John, I'm going to leave this one to you two guys. You guys have fun with this.
Awesome. I mean, a Rook as well. Like rolling the dice there with ECM, NC Dot. Even if there's no new old people, they're probably still tilted by the old days of getting giga jammed by the Chameleon double Rook comp that was brought against them in
oh my goodness.
the Alliance tournament many years ago. I would be tilted too. That was disgusting. Countdown underway. 10 seconds to go.
But that said, though, the NC Dot team, not a lot of damage, right? It's Ickies. If they're spooling on a Paladin, it's going to get neutered out.
Yeah, I mean, look at the
It's
difference
going to
between
be
the
very
attack bars
interesting.
here.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting fight. It's going to be a slow crawl. If NC Dot wins, it's going to be very slow. Starting it off, looks like a Nurgle's already primary, KCLP,
Maulus.
but they are deleting a Maulus almost instantly.
Maulus
It's already half army, it's gone. So that's
he got
that's
deleted.
half of the damage just gone, right? And
Did
now
I didn't see. Did he just not
he got
move in
deleted.
time there, or did those paladins just wreck
believe he
him
was
from distance?
moving.
Yeah, he was trying to move.
Yeah, I mean, the Celestis is still pretty powerful damp boat. One Icky's getting shot right now. As soon as he starts to get too low, he can obviously just hit his ADC, and the Guardian will be able to rip him back up. So that'll keep him alive for a long time. And jams have landed on the Deacons by the looks of it. So we should probably see... Yeah, there you go. The reps dropped off the Nurgle. So this Nurgle, they've got to use this moment and kill that Nurgle before the Deacons are unjammed again. This is really important.
It looks already as if the Paladins have chosen a Icky to newt. A lot of its damage just got cut off. There is no damage being applied right now to the blue team from the red team, and the Rook is in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be potentially a slow one that suddenly happens. So pro tip, if you watch the attack bar, you will see as the Ickies start to spool, it grows. You can see it's growing right now. If you see that suddenly drop back down again, it's because those Ickies have either had to swap targets or they have had their locks broke or something. So we're spooling on something again right now. They weren't shooting for a long time. They are a little bit weak to newts, so we'll see what happens if those Nurgles get on top of them as well. The Deacons being jammed, they have to kill one of them. Like, if they don't kill something between jam cycles, they're really in trouble. And I think you said it, Wally, not much DPS on this side, which is a bit of a pain.
That's the thing, that 20-second window, that's 20 seconds of trying to spool with an Icky. It's almost not going to happen. They'd have to rely on their drones. There's also a lot of drones from the Paladins that can put out remote rep bots. It's just, if you're going to do a comp that relies on jams and damps, you need the DPS to take advantage of those windows of opportunity.
Absolutely. And it looks like, I mean, the Deacons seem to be jammed quite a lot. There's reps landing now on one of them. So I reckon both of them are unjammed because the Nurgle's getting repped as well. And both Ickies are now despooled again. The damage bar has gone right back down. So they need to position... to be honest, they need to start spooling on something and then land jams, not the other way around.
That is actually, yeah, that is the tactic normally with the trig comp with jams, is you get your spool about 50%, then make sure your jammer is overheating jams on the Logi, and you're hoping to get that high DPS in that 20-second span. Again, we're seeing both Ickies being neuted now. So their damage is going to fall off, their speed's going to fall off, everything's going to go down.
Yeah, this is so I would call this a bit of a stalemate right now, because you have two teams that have the ability to essentially control each other's key DPS ships. That Guardian has just been webbed though. That is
the Guardian did a huge misplay. He got within jam range or newt range, saw his speed drop down to 80. And during that time, the Paladins were able to overheat and burn in the position for a grapple and now subsequent newts. He's not going to survive much longer, even about 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is the problem with rolling the dice with ECM. Like, if you don't, you pointed out, if you don't have a way to capitalize on it, then really all you're doing is just annoying your opponent until they beat you anyway. Look at all the scram webs starting to land now and everything. So the Nurgles are unjammed. They're in about it. The Guardian is taking a ton of damage. He is not moving very fast, so he's clearly marker work very fit, and he can't fit dual prop. This could be the breaking point for NC Dot unless they land some key jams right
I mean, we're seeing right now, you got this Paladin on top of the Guardian, neuting it out, grappling it, keeping it low. The rest of the DPS on blue team is on the Ikatercia and Very. Something's going to give.
Something's going to give. Eventually will be my patience with these teams, because someone has to kill something. So far, we've seen a Maulus die in the first 15 seconds, and then nothing else, which is... I mean, Paladins that are being damped are really going to be struggling to hit anything far away. The Guardian is the one that is, unfortunately for him, caught. But a Guardian is still hard to hit if you're in a Paladin.
Like, we're seeing now newts going to a Rook. That's another not so great thing for the NC Dot team. Your entire comp depends on the jams landing, and he is neuted out.
Yeah, I think the newt pressure in the Guardian will be starting to cause real problems, because I don't see much reps landing. There is some. Let me check. Are there rep bots flying around here as well? Yes, there's ret bots as well. So he's surviving kind of in ret bots, but he's about to hit Hull, and Rook's not famous for their Hull tanking, so probably going to die pretty quickly, and that will start the old snowball. There he goes.
Yep, that is almost all of their control bar just gone. That Rook being gone, the Celestis, the Paladins want to brawl. They don't care about being damped. They're going to catch up to this Guardian going 90 meters a second.
Yeah, this is just uncapitalized, essentially. I feel like with 2 Ickies, we kept seeing their spool get broken. They just needed more DPS. Like, maybe that Mollusk could have been something else. I don't know really what else. Downgrade the Celestis, perhaps, and bring something. The Rook is expensive, it's 28 points. You know, could they have used a Blackbird and sat it at range? Paladin probably would have got it then. You know, it's hard to say, but I just think they just lacked DPS overall. And so
He's
even
a
if they
chasing a
do,
beacon, by the way.
even if they do
Yeah.
jam things with the Rook, what are you going to do about it?
I fear NC Dot fell victim to the high numbers in Pytha. They did not look at your effective DPS. They looked at the max DPS spool and saw, you know what? 2 Wikis, that's enough DPS.
I guess the good old IFA. You are screwed. Yeah, I mean,
That's where it
Celestis
belongs.
is always going to sit at range.
Yep. That's actually very good piloting.
Yeah, I mean, if he's any closer to an enemy ship than basically his optimal, which will be like 98 kilometers in a Celestis, he's doing it wrong. So he's just set in an excellent position, but all he could do really was lock up the Paladin, slap his damps on, and then orbit. He maybe go away, make some coffee, come back, and see his team as one.
Well, he has the benefit of sitting at range and watching his team die while his damps are completely ineffective. We may see an Ikatursa drop before the 20-second timer. Who knows?
Because I think they'll probably have their ADCs back, but the Pontifex instead might die.
That Iki should be completely neutered out, though. But yeah, it looks like the Ponti's going to die.
There we go.
Maybe not.
And that's it. Match is over. NC Dot, the losers.
They got it at the last second.
Walkwater Hooligans, the winners. All right. I need to jump back to the other stream, so I will leave you for now.
Wingnut, I will be leaving you as well. I need to go prep for my match so that people
Oh,
can
mate.
tear me apart and call me garbage.
That's perfect, mate. Right, you guys have fun. Good luck, and yeah, we'll go back to Oman and chat over here. There's one problem with this though, Brett. I don't have the bands. Hello.
Hello, everybody. I am back unmuted since everybody has decided to leave. So that match was NC Dot vs Wokewater Booligans, I believe it was. So the next match is Moss Piglet Preservation Society versus New Jovian Mining Department. Moss Piglet have brought Slepnia. Sorry, Moss Piglet Preservation have banned Slepnia, Gila, Kisriel. New Jovian Mining Department have banned Keres, Curse, and Morlus.
And Morlus, you said.
Yes, and we also have
interesting.
We also have another commentator joining us right now. It is Neutron. I'm never going to be able to say that name correctly.
No one will ever get my name
Neutron
right.
Monarchs.
Why have you named yourself that? That is painful.
Neutron.
Neutron. Screw you!
As I've called him for the past couple of years, it's just Newt. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Or Budget Separator if you want.
Why don't you introduce yourself on the stream?
My name is Newt. I am slowly getting back into Eve. Real life's been very busy for me. Used to be in Waffles back in the day, and did a lot of stuff with them back when Waffles was a thing about 10 years ago. And I'm sort of semi-officially unretired, but I'm kind of coming out of retirement. And it's good to be here. Thanks for having me this morning or this afternoon.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. As everybody has no doubt observed, this is the relatively chill stream. We've not got face cams, we're just keeping everything relaxed while we talk about what matches the mainstream couldn't keep an eye on, because we, frankly, I'm sorry for swearing, we have a metric shit ton of matches going on this weekend and next weekend. So we couldn't really cover it in one stream, so this second stream is just to make sure every single one's televised for everyone.
This is the bad stream. That's why they put me here.
Bad stream.
I'm
We've
kidding.
had-
No, this is a cool stream. I like this stream
Mate,
better.
this is the better stream. This
We've
is where I'm gonna say whatever the hell I bloody well want, mate. I can go wild here.
Exactly. We've
We
had
got
some
the
of-
better comps on this stream. We got the double phantasms from my
Yes.
team Ramrod earlier. It was
Yeah,
pretty
that was
wild.
wild.
Yeah, Radicos totally bringing everything back.
Yep.
I believe they
Yeah,
were.
Radicos is the OG hipster for sure.
I
Well,
believe.
while we get started, by the way, let's have a talk about these bands quickly, because we have a little bit of time before they go to the arena, I believe.
Yes.
So, like I said before, Moss banned Slep Gila Kiz, New Jov banned out the Kerry's Curse Maul. So they went, we don't want to be controlled. Moss said, we don't want to see kiting, really. Like, Kiz and Slep are kites, and the Gila's, I don't even know, just the Gila, I guess. What do you think of Mr. Newt? What's
I mean,
your
they've also banned like basically with the slap and the kids, you banned basically kiting or rush. You got both those options kind of off the table for them. It's gonna be tricky. They could go drones.
Oh,
I don't
no,
know.
please.
I'm kind of struggling this morning. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't worry, that's the thing. With the bands we've got, it's really hard to kind of pick out something. So you're kind of just guessing and praying, and if you get it right, you get to be smug about it. You know.
Dude, earlier this morning we were watching the A stream, and what was it? I said something to the effect of, you know what I haven't seen in a while, or all weekend so far? I haven't seen a Stratios. I don't think anyone's ever brought a Stratios, and then 3 Stratios to show up on the stream, and I was just like, oh my god, I look like a complete moron.
What? So, what did
Yeah.
the Paladins do in that run? They killed everything. Unfortunately, the NC team didn't have that much control over the Paladins. They could stop them from like shooting if they were at range, but at the moment, nothing held the Paladins down. They just chased everything down. So.
Well, and that's the thing. The Paladins have they've got that Newt pressure on them that can just be absolutely crushing to other teams.
Yeah, because since they can't fit Bastion on them, I believe they have, is it 3 or is it 4 spare high slots?
They've got 4 spare highs. So you've got a whole assortment of gizmos and gadgets you can fit up there, really.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the game seemed to turn itself around when one of the Ickies moved a little bit far forward, and the Guardian pulled close to keep him fully repped, and that just allowed one of the Paladins to get right in Newt range.
There was that. There was a combination of. I also noticed the Ponty for NC Dot went up to because one of the Celeste just got tackled way up at the top there by that Nurgle, and then the Pawnee ran up there to help out the Celestis, and he brought his links away from the rest of the squad there. So I don't know if that was much of a game changer or not. As I said, I'm struggling a bit this morning.
Situation for sure. There was only so much they could do.
That being
Go
said, we are seeing teams in the arena, so we're going to transfer over to the arena now.
And someone really liked Loki's. Someone really liked Loki's because this.
Oh,
team
this is a lot of Lokis. Jeez.
It is, and a lot of flycatchers. Only need 3 ships apparently.
Someone slapped the top of the 150 point barrier and went, this thing can fit a lot of Lokis in them.
I approve of this message. The opposing team was kind of like, you know what? Bet. And they did the same thing. Double Sentinel, double Deacon. So we're getting a lot of doubling up here. Sentinel control is going to be wild. See what they can do against triple Loki and Flycatchers. Get the feeling the Flycatcher's going to murder them. And then Armageddon Navy EOS is the high end. EOSs are pretty, I don't know, I wouldn't say master of nothing, but definitely a master of a lot.
Yeah, an important thing that has just been brought up in chat. Where are the links for this new Jovian mining department comp? Have you fit those Lokis with links on them, or do you fit them a different way?
I'm just having a look to see if any of the models for the Lokis are different. They seem to be the same, so I'm assuming they're either none of them are fitting links or all of them are fitting links.
I mean, if they've gone with no links, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pulls off here.
Yeah, especially since Lokis have those bonus web ranges, but that really benefits from the link bonus.
I mean, 100%.
Who do you think they go for first then, with the triple Loki, triple Flycatcher?
I mean,
least-
if the Lokis are gonna grab anything off the bat, you could try and grab one of the Sentinels, or you could grab the Enyo. Like the Enyos they can do a lot of damage when they get up close and personal and start punching you in the face.
An important thing to think about is what type of damage type are these Lokis going to be? What do you think?
They're missiles, so all of them.
Yeah, they're gonna
Fire
pick.
the rainbow.
They're definitely gonna be trying to apply a lot of pressure in various damage types. I mean, probably anything except for kinetic though, because I think the Flycatcher's in lock, if memory serves.
That is a lot of control going onto New Jovian in those Lokis. That is everything getting thrown everywhere. Looks like they didn't manage to get far enough away not to get control down.
I'm looking at the Flycatchers. Are those the rocket model? Are those rocket Flycatchers? I think surely they're like missile. I'm just misseeing them. But for a second there, I could have sworn they're rocket.
No, those are rockets.
Rocket Flycatcher, let's go! But they're dying.
Oh,
so,
this
you
is
know, that is the big ball play and entirely unnecessary.
They are
What-
going.
what-
They are going all in on the Navy Armageddon. Do you think it'd be worth it to trade your 3 Flycatchers for a Navy Armageddon?
Yeah.
I mean, you've still got a lot of control left with the Lokis, especially with those webs. So if they're able to get
Keep
that,
them
I mean, the
damaged.
Armageddon Navy's got a lot of nukes, it's got a lot of damage. It's tanky as balls, so it's as I said, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pulls off for them.
That
Here's
being
the thing as well, like the opposing team doesn't have that much damage anyway. So with your Lokis, you could potentially tank the EOS and the Armageddon Navy with your scimitar. So
Yeah,
it's
New Jovian
they've
just
decided to
lost
go anyway.
another rocket flycatcher there. They're trying to break the Sentinel, but Logi's saying no, it's not going down.
yeah, they
Rocket
definitely tried to split the reps here because the Flycatcher that died was sitting on top of the Sentinel, and the other Flycatcher was sitting on top of the Armageddon Navy issue.
The last Flycatcher is currently on the EOS, so he's going to be trying to go for him too. I'm not a fan of that. Honestly, if you're going to all in this Armageddon Navy, you might as well throw the Flycatchers in there too.
I think what they were trying to do is split the Deacon reps off, so the Deacon reps went entirely on the Armageddon. If he managed to get on top,
Simi's trying to keep this rocket. Oh no, there goes their third flycatcher. They're kind of running out of options here.
The interesting thing is there's not really anything left except for the Enyo to go and actually kill the Scimitar or go pressure it. So it's just going to be, can this Armageddon Navy and EOS rip through a Loki under the Scimitar reps? And they actually might. The Armageddon Navy and EOS are pretty scary in terms of damage sometimes.
Yeah, well, especially if if that Simi gets anywhere close to that Armageddon Navy, he's just going to get neutered down, and then it's going to be absolutely over. Although it's not looking good for this Loki. He's already in half shield. The Simi's doing his best, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, it is dropping, but he's repping okay. But I think that's going to inevitably drop. They need to punch through like now.
I think
they're running out of time.
I think the issue it's going to be having is the newts are going to kill enough of its hardeners enough that's why it's not holding. If they manage to break this Navy Armageddon, it might be able to hold, but that's a big might. And the Scimitar is sat on by the EOS. It got caught.
Oh no! How?
Hang on.
To be fair, he's probably been neutered out by the Sentinel actually, but with the Scimitar being caught and neutered out, this could actually be over.
It is. I mean, Blue Dagger just explodes, and yeah, the EOS is definitely, he's got his teeth in it. Now the Enyo's catching up too. He's gonna get just scram-webbed and it's kind of over for the Sentinel or the Scimitar at this point, right?
He's gonna heat prey, just heat until your launchers burn. You got to get rid of this Armageddon Navy. You've committed now. There's already good fights.
They're already GFing local. There it is.
But they are scratching into its hull, so that there's potential still.
I mean, I'd like to see New Jovian get at least somebody out of this. That Simi's
Navy, they could potentially not so much peel the EOS off, but kill the drones off of the Scimitar and buy a bit of time. But
I mean, the Simi's running his Ansil. He might live a little longer here. That second Loki's still alive, and the Get Navy's bleeding into hull. They might trade almost their entire team to kill this Get Navy. No, he's not. He's caught rough.
The Armageddon Navy is almost the entirety of the damage. The EOS does do a lot, but it's not going to be able to If they manage to pull range, they could kill the Eos drones and survive, but it looks like they're dropping up. They realize this and they're just killing the other Loki.
Yeah. Unfortunate, like this, they did pretty well, things considered. I feel like if those flycatchers had all in the Armageddon Navy as well and just continued to mess the reactive, they could have actually broken through. But because it's taken too long, they just lost all their low end, then did nothing else after, unfortunately. So, also, let's be honest, rocket flycatchers, no.
As I said, it was a bold strategy, but
Exactly. I am a man who loves his unga bunga, okay? But that was not the time to do it. Like that is the kind of ship you can bring at range and start deleting sentinels and deleting small ships and pressuring at all times.
mind you, it makes me wonder if the Sentinels had, they're forecasting Sentinels coming up, and then they're going to fit missile disruption nonsense to them. So you think, put rockets on it. They're not going to be able to, once you get in face punching range, there's not much that the disruptors are going to do.
If the Sentinels are disrupting the flycatchers, then that's disruptors that are not on the Lokis, and means you do more damage.
If you have light missile flycatchers, it is putting the Sentinels in constant having to make choices basically. You may not be guaranteed to break through. You're constantly making them choose things.
We've got 1 minute left. I'm actually surprised neither this last Loki nor the Simi are. I'm surprised they're still surviving. Well,
man, why do you got to say things sometimes? 30 seconds left. I think they actually might survive till the end.
Something is wrong. I can feel it.
I mean, General Nico Stratus is doing a hell of a job with managing his ancillary shield booster there, but looks like he might have run out of charges here.
20 seconds now. They actually, if they both die within the last 10 seconds, man.
Oh, a hole for the Loki, armor for the
Simi.
There goes the
Loki.
There goes the Loki. 2,
there
1.
Go.
Simi lives.
All right, well, respect to that one. That was a good match.
And with that, we right back to Amar.
Go back to the glorious golden light
of the four avatars.
Yeah. So, consensus: rocket flycatchers? No.
No.
I mean, I'm not bringing them.
Yeah, me neither.
Good to hear. All right, good work, team. But yeah, that was. I love the big ball play there, but no. And there's not so much they can really change there, to be honest, as well. Maybe not going for the Armageddon Navy, but you have to choose something, right? You're probably not going to apply too well to Deacons.
With the Armageddon Navy is just like, it's so tanky, but at the same time, it was almost all their damage. So, had they gone for broke on that, maybe it dies. It was starting to bleed into structure, right? Not quite toward the ends, but about 2.5 minutes left there. But then it caught Deacon reps, and it was pretty much over for New Jovian on that one.
Comparison for that match is like seeing a single Leshat comp. It's like all the damage is in that one ship. So if you can break the one ship, you've basically won the match. And that's what they went for. They went for the linchpin. They went for the one ship victory, basically. Just couldn't quite get through. We've seen that a few times. But I don't know if there's even a better option there. Do you think there is at all?
I mean, if they were not rocket flycatchers, again, if they were light missiles, you could have gone for the Sentinels and taken a lot of that new pressure off the field. Little tricky to do with 2 Deacons out there, but it's not doable, especially if the Lokis get them webbed down.
Yeah, well, seriously.
Do you think you could have gone with the flycatchers on the Deacons and had the Lokis web them down with their long range webs?
Tough to say.
Why you're doing that?
Because
like, you gotta try and break through T2 resist with an AB while being repped by his friend and probably Logi drones.
Yeah, but with 3 Lokis, you certainly can slow that thing down enough.
Yeah, it's a hard call for sure. And I will admit, if I was in this situation, I don't know if I'd make it. I'd probably still also all in the Navy. But it's like looking in hindsight, like we have so many options, where potentially in reality they didn't really have.
No, they really did just have the get a Navy, and they really needed to just go for broke on that, especially with rockets. Like, what do you do?
Yeah, And but I'm pretty sure I saw the Flycatcher firing EM, not kinetic. Which, to be fair, yeah, it's Q2. It's a Sentinel, probably not best to fire kinetic, but if they put all that into the Navy Armageddon as well, it would have probably gone through. It was already bleeding hull.
Yeah,
And even
100%.
if
Well,
it died,
especially because you're shooting. If they'd shot kinetic at the right target, they again could have stood a chance because they're kinlock. They get the extra bonus when they fire kinetic rockets.
just
I keep saying rockets.
it's just the rockets, man. They brought rockets.
I'm trying to remember the last time I've flown a ship with rockets on it, and I'm thinking it was about 10 years ago in Kanaka, and I was bombing around in a Vengeance or something, and it never lived. It always died.
Do you want to know what my last rocket ship was?
Fire away.
Barghest. I'm not joking. It didn't get a kill with it, nor did it die. But yeah, the last ship was a rocket Barghest because I like memes.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Don't worry. I don't know if you've heard the old story I always tell. The Barghest is technically bonused in rapid lights.
Is it?
Yeah. So you can delete anything. But anyways, let's get started with the next match. Let's get some bands up. Who's got the list? Is that you, Brett?
I certainly do have a list up.
Hell yeah.
We just had Moss Piglet versus New Jovian. We are now having, in less than 5 minutes, Test Tournament Team, please ignore, versus I Bend My Prop Sorry. Or Bend My Prop Sorry, or one word.
Oh wow. Double prop.
Test Tournament have banned Kers, Sleipnir Loki. Bend My Prop Sorry banned Kers, Orthrus, Scimitar. And since they both banned Kers, the overflow bans are Sentinel and Armageddon Navy Issue.
Wow.
That's a lot of bands.
Test Tournament are Kers, Sleipnir, Loki, Sentinel. What does that tell us?
Yeah, and Loki Slep, as we talked before, is very much like anti-rush and anti-kite to a degree. The curse is just the curse. We don't like it. The Sentinel's the interesting one. They don't want to see tracking disruption of any sort. And newts.
They don't want to see newts. They don't want to see tracking disruption, although Pilgrim is still on the table for that one.
If you throw that much money in a Pilgrim, have fun.
Thonk.
But the other side, Orthrus Scimitar, we have banned Kite to a degree.
Yes. As well as the Geddon Navy Issue.
Which is a little different, but yeah. Win in Rome, I guess.
Doesn't align with the rest. I am. Oh my god! I am very excited for what's on the field.
This is going to be good.
Oh baby! Yes.
Before we transfer on field, why are people dying on the Amar cam?
Wait, what?
People are shooting each other. Anyway, we're going to transfer the field now, and you'll get to see what I'm very excited for. And here we go. We have Test Tournament, please ignore, bringing Leshak, Armageddon, Double Deacon, Magus, and 2 Negals. What have Bend My Prop brought?
Cyclone Fleet Osprey Navy Flycatcher Onyx Osprey! I didn't have anything organized yet, so you got it the order that I saw it.
Do you think that Flycatcher's got rockets or light missiles?
I think that actually is rockets again.
Oh god.
I think it's actually rockets again. Okay. Well, Armageddon, Leshak. That is the power combo. But they're versing Kite. So it's going to be a very, very tall order. They're going to nuke something out, get close, hold it down, kill it, and move on to the next target while trying to keep Deacons alive under all of this damage. I believe these should be Rapid Light Osprey Navies, no? Or have they gone for the heavy missile?
We got 8 HMLs on the Cyclone Fleet, and the Osprey Navy they look like Rapid Lights to me.
I don't think those are Rapid Lights, but maybe they're...
No, those are hams. Those are actually hams.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
I'm almost certain those are hams.
They're the same as the Cyclone Fleet, so...
The Cyclone Fleets, I'm mistaken. They're all hams. Oh,
I
this is going to be
Which
very
is
interesting.
known to be warped in at basically 0. So yeah, this is a ham rush.
I would.
Ham rush first
From
Leshak in.
everything.
Okay, let's go.
Somebody's going to eat it.
This just means you've got a lot of damage on the other team, not the test team. Forgot their name. Sorry.
They're
As I
going
said,
for
I'm
Leshak,
struggling.
They're going for the headshot. Let's go.
Oh,
Oh,
god,
boy.
that Leshak is dying so quickly.
It is.
The key
That
thing
thing
as
is
well, they can fire
actually.
the rainbow, and also their guns can't be neutered off, and there is no track interruption to stop them either. This is going to be full damage the entire match. This Leshak needs to try and kill things. I don't think he's got the DPS to do it. This is going to be quick. This is going to be brutal.
Yeah,
The damage can't be knitted off here. This is going to be very interesting if this Leshak is able to
the
survive under this onslaught.
the Armageddon is already nuding the Osprey.
Ah, fair call. Try and kill off small stuff. Yeah, Osprey Navy is a good target as well. I like their target calling, but you've got one Leshak and Armageddon drones for damage. If the Armageddon is not putting out rep drones, has he put out reps? Nope, that's damage drones.
There is medium armor maintenance bot on the Leshak.
Yeah, but it's not from the Geddon. Geddon can have it.
I mean, you got respectable DPS out of the two Nurgles once those two spool if they're able to, and this Osprey Navy's he might survive it.
That cuts
It's tough to
close.
say what goes down first. The Osprey Navy's going to go first, but then the Leshak's not far behind him.
Overheat those reps, Deacons. Come on, you got to believe here.
There
No,
goes.
down he goes. And there goes the hope of his entire team. That's the problem with this kind of comp. It is a lot of damage, a lot of control, but the moment that big ship dies, your comp no longer exists. I mean, look at that attack bar. It's in the dirt. They'll
Yeah,
keep trying. They're not going to stop. But
especially since the Leshak currently is 53 points. You could have got a Fleet Cyclone and an Onyx for those points.
could have got a
Yeah,
hope.
trading your entire top end for one Osprey Navy issue is not quite the thing you want to do. And now they've just lost one of their deacons, so
Oh,
yeah, one of their deacons has just gone down, which means they've only got one Logi frigate left, and it's now getting primaried.
So
So we'll
knows
see how
the
long this
Armageddon
thing
delay
is.
is rapid heavy with only 2 launches. I think it's only 2 launches.
Oh god.
So yeah, that's interesting. Geddon fit. They went heavy on the notes. Brought a bit of missiles in it, but it's not going to be enough.
I-
Second Deacon goes down, and goodbye.
I was watching that Deacon as it went down. The Flycatcher is pulling its worth with those rockets. Holy cow. It is actually validating itself by shooting Deacons.
I'm just tickled so much by the rocket flycatcher suddenly showing up. We didn't just get 1, we got 3. Now 4.
The skybox changed. That was weird.
This one's actually doing a lot of weight or damage though. I mean, it's got what 7 launches on it, so it can churn out DPS if it, but it just doesn't live very long if it gets primed. We see
they are
Test
pretty tanky
losing
things
one of their
considered.
Nurgles there.
They can be very tanky for what they are, but in the end, they are just an interdiction destroyer. They're not exactly meant to take on the world.
No.
What?
No, having said that, this Flycatcher certainly, as he's pulling his weight big time.
Exactly.
As Test is down to, they got 1 Nurgle, which is not tackled. He's just kind of hoping to live here. The Magus, I think, is going to get primary now by Burn My Prop, and it's been. Has it been webbed there?
Yes, it
It's
is.
dead. It died very quickly.
It was also getting Hexgrammed from the Onyx.
I forgot that was still a thing. I
Yep.
was like, oh yeah.
And we are
Well,
now.
Yeah, and it looks like
Burn
the
My Prop
Nurgles.
did not burn props. They're
No.
getting props instead. It's very wolf.
It was absolutely very well played by Burn My Prop here. They really, I don't know, they did a great job of headshotting that Leshak, which is exactly what they really needed to do. If that Leshak was allowed to live, it would have been a completely different outcome, I think.
Yeah,
Second match in a row where they had 1 big DPS boat. And if you get rid of it, you win. If you don't get rid of it, you lose. And this time, it flipped on the other side of the coin. They won this time. You see quite a few of these 1 big ship comps.
yeah. I think with 7 I think with 7 pilots, having multiple of the big ships doesn't allow you to fill your small end out with enough control that you just get controlled by some of these comps that are out. But with that final ship going down, that is a win for Bend my prop. Sorry, I'm going to pass it back to Amar, where I'm currently watching 2 twig ships shoot each other.
Is this like a game where they see who blows up first? No. Okay, they stopped.
Oh, one of them.
Boo!
One of them.
Yeah, let's
give
get the
up
Amar
left.
people shooting each other again. We need something. We need some background graphics going on here.
Death.
Well, that match there, the last match we saw, one big ship, they tried to kill it and they failed. This match, one big ship, they tried to kill it, they succeed. Was there really any difference beyond that? Besides just picking the right target and going for it?
I think the difference was what they brought here, because double fleet Cyclone, Onyx, 2 Navy Ospreys is a lot of hams, whereas in the previous match it was just 3 Lokis
And 3 flycatchers.
which realistically has a lot more control, arguably, but doesn't have a lot of damage. Like, Lokis do fairly decent damage, they do not do decent damage for their ship, for their points cost in this tournament. So you limit
Like
yourself
they're definitely
so
not
much.
doing nearly as well as, let's say, the 2 Cyclone fleets and then the 2 Osprey navies, right? You've got less control, but you've just got a lot more damage that you can apply, especially to a big enough target like the Leshak or the Armageddon. You know, so like your hams are they're not going to miss, really.
An important thing to think about as well is if that Leshak on the test team is the only damage, how well is it fit for tank if it's the only damage? You can't really fit it purely for tank because it has to have those damage and application mods.
That's one of the strengths about the Leshak is that it can kind of do both, but it takes time to do it, whereas other ships you have to kind of make a choice. It's kind of why the one big Leshak comps are a thing, but they've got, as we see, the fatal flaw. You're a Leshak, you take a while to spool up, and you've only got one ship full of DPS. It is a lot of, I don't know what word to put there.
I mean, you could sacrifice a couple high slots on your Geddons and get, I think you can fit up to, I want to say it's 4 rapid heavy missile launchers on it. So you can get a bit more damage out of your Geddon. Is it 5? Then you can get quite a bit of damage out of a Geddon. Not that it's applying well unless whatever it's applying to is like neuted and webbed down.
Funny thing, you used to be a real king of the memes to bring a blast to Armageddon.
Mana.
I would not suggest doing that, but it's
no.
So,
right.
Would we like to talk about what's coming up next?
Yeah, why not, mate?
We have Drakeside Dot versus aggressively mid-tier.
Oh no.
And Drakeside Dot have brought Orthrus, banned Orthrus, Kisriel, Scimitar. I keep doing that, apologies. And aggressively mid-tier have banned Orthrus, Armageddon, Gila. And the rollover bans are very interesting. They have banned a Balgorn for Drakeside and a Loki for aggressively mid-tier, which is interesting.
Why the Balgorn?
Why the Balgorn? I do not know.
I mean,
This
look,
is
like,
very
the Balgorn
interesting.
in history has legendary status in ATs, but I feel like I'm not the only one that says this, but it's well beyond its use by date at this point. It does not really provide as much for the price. So why are you scared of it?
Someone's scared of newts and nosses, but they forgot that curses and sentinels and pilgrims are a thing. Maybe
exactly. Yeah, they forgot all the rest. Exactly that. It's so weird. Definitely some curious stuff here. Darkside basically saying we don't want to see Kite, but then banning the Baal for some reason, and then Aggro banning out both of the main Pirate Navy cruisers, but then banning out Geddon and Loki as well. So we got some curious bans going on. What are you thinking?
I mean, the Orthrus has definitely shown that it's a pretty strong comp that we've seen so far this weekend, or at least that I've seen today. I've heard about what happened yesterday, but I wasn't really watching yesterday, to be honest with you. I was a little tipsy on a golf course somewhere.
Do I even want to know?
This is why I'm struggling this morning.
The man's just dealing with a hangover here. It's fine. You're doing well, brother. Both teams getting in the system as well, so we'll be coming up soon. Yeah, but yeah, these bans are going to make the choices that people make very interesting to look at. I don't know which way it's going to go.
Where's the D-scan button when you need it? I'm keen to know what they're bringing here.
I want to see. To be fair, everyone wants to see. If we saw, they'd be so annoyed that we don't tell them. Oh? Oh, sorry. We're just hearing noises from Brett in the background. Turns out he was just being confused and was then confusing us with his confusion. Thank you, Brett.
Mm-hmm.
We love you. Well, anything you want to say before this match pops up, mate?
I'm keen to know exactly what they're going to do to get around all these. I've had the bans written down here, and I've lost where I wrote those. But I am keen to know exactly. You're going to have a lot of, I think, armor, because you've got your scimitar has been ruled out. So I think there's going to be a lot of heavy reliance on armor comp of some kind, probably. Definitely some curse or pilgrim or sentinel or combination thereof.
Actually, yeah, no curse ban from either side. That's one of the basically permanently banned ships, and it's not banned here.
No, you've also got a lot of chances for some drone comps as well, which could make things super duper interesting. I could look like AI facing maybe there won't be Stratioses. Maybe there will. Will I look like a Dumbotron? We'll see.
We always do. That's the joy of it, right? We ain't here to look smart. We're here to look silly.
100%. This is why I signed up.
Scream, you're wrong. Fun thing as well that I don't think me and you have commented before. I unfortunately have a delay when I speak, so I end up jumping on people without realizing. So sorry about that, buddy.
All good, man. No worries.
Okay. I have fixed all the problems behind the scenes, and I'm back to joy.
Woo!
Yay.
We are starting to see people come into Arena now. So
here we go. Here we go.
We will be transferring to Arena in a minute, and people will understand my comments that nobody heard.
Oh, this is very interesting looking at these comps.
Yeah, we've seen one of these. The other one I don't think we've seen before.
So people are finally in the arena, so I'm now going to transfer us over so we can all see what we're talking about.
Yes. The return of the Widow Oneros setup.
We are on the arena.
The Widow is back. Different version, but same idea, I believe. And then we have a triple Draugr double Pilgrim setup. What?
Yeah. Well, it's double Pilgrim Arbitrator, 3 Draugrs, and a Guardian up against Drone Widow setup here.
I am thoroughly confused. I think these guys thought that you weren't allowed to have ships bigger than a battle cruiser because that's just cruisers and down, mate. What in the world?
It doesn't have a lot of damage. I mean, Draugrs can do damage, but they take a long time to spool up.
And they have to just basically all in the Widow, right? Because the Widow's just going to keep jamming there.
I mean, 100%, yeah. Like the one benefit. Well, actually, yeah. What are those Pilgrims? They're not really doing anything because they're like, what are you gonna do? Track and disrupt drones?
I'm gonna be honest. At least at the moment, it looks like aggressively mid tier. Have this before we even got to the arena. This is going to be a very tall mountain to climb, and I don't think they're going to be able to pull this off. But I mean, crazy things have happened, I suppose.
An important thing to note is the attack bars at the moment are without the drones. They're only the launchers. So we can see that the attack bar on the Drake side is just the Draugrs, and that the attack bar on the aggressively mid-tier side implies that some of those ships have guns, which I think the only one who can reasonably fit one is the Widow. So the Widow might have missiles on it. Well, it almost definitely does.
Oh, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the party begin. What are they going to do? They're going to run in or they're going to run away? Draugrs are pulling away? Question mark? Yes, they are. Okay, they are pulling back.
Yeah, so Draugr team's cutting out here, and the drone boats are coming hot and heavy right on their tails here.
Oh yeah, I wonder if their call is going to be to try and kill as many drones as they can. I feel like that's not going to be the best option, but you see all these drones going straight for the Draugr of Judy Jade. And just look at the damage already rolling in. That's only the mediums. The heavies haven't got there yet. There are Vespers behind that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough though if those if they're not
Oh,
able
no,
to
he
get
slowed
Judy
down.
locked down. Oh, there. Okay, yeah. Because if
He's-
Judy's able to keep the speed up, then
Vexa has him
you know
scrambled.
it's going to be
Nope.
tough to have. Oh, okay, he's probably
VNI
done for it.
scram, neutered. Judy J's now neutered out and has all the drones on. That's gone. That ship is dead. Leave it alone. Move on to the next one. That Draugr is just removed from this fight. Meanwhile, in the
Yeah,
background,
I
we
mean-
see Vexa tackling a Pilgrim as well. So there you go, and that's not safe.
Yeah, I mean Rote's Vexa Navy issue of Kibbet, they're going for him, but I don't know if they're going to be able to break him under the Oneros reps.
I find it quite interesting that that Vexa Navy of Camel Angmar got right on top of that Guardian, neutered him a bit, and then just left. It didn't tackle down the Guardian, it didn't do anything else, it was the Ron running away. So it's now sitting at 180, so I don't know if all these Vexes are fit differently, and some of them are tackle and some of them are damage, but at the moment, they are spreading out, tackling stuff down, and applying damage. It might be peeling for the Widow. We shall see.
Oh,
Well,
first
Judy
Draugr
Jade
down.
just popped there. Yeah.
So many drones. So many
Now-
drones.
Now it looks like Rote's they're gonna get some pressure on this Oneros now. Rima's taking some damage, but Rote's also got Ash tackled in the Draugr, and that Draugr, the first one took about a minute to pop. We'll see how long this one takes.
Not as long.
Oh,
That Draugr went on top of the Widow to try and tackle him down. The
Which
Widow's being
means
hit by a Pilgrim as well.
The
It's also
Widow's going to
zero.
be finally able to apply, especially since all the Pilgrim's missile guidance disruptors have only one target available on the field, which is the Widow. So now that something's finally in range for it to shoot, it can actually apply its damage.
I mean, and it's definitely doing that as we see the second Draugr going down there to
You have to see
dark
a lot of
side there.
control shots. Just watching this control comp just being obliterated. Damage is king. Screw you.
I think they learned a very important lesson of a control comp still needs damage somewhere. And-
Yes.
Destroyers don't cut it. As much as they look great points wise, they just don't cut it.
Well, not only that, but like first off, you need the damage, but also you need to be able to control. You have to be able to apply your control to something, and you're not going to do that in arbitrators and pilgrims because there's no guns to jam. Really, you've got the Widow missiles to jam out, and that's basically it. Like you're not doing much against those drones. As we see Ayumi now exploding, and
that's
Darkseid
the
not left
damage
with a
to
lot
one.
of options.
That's the end of them, unfortunately. Not that they weren't already gone, but now she's gonna watch the cleanup.
And the Arbitrator, and then the Guardian, I believe it's going to be.
Yeah, it'll be tough to see. They're probably going to definitely go for Arbitrator because it's got T1 resist. Then they're going to take the Guardian, and at this point, it's just very clinical, surgical way to play here by aggressively mid tier.
Yeah, this is the first time on this stream we've seen the Widow come through victorious. How do you feel about that?
ECM is silly and yuck, and I hate it.
You're not wrong.
I have been beamed
Anytime-
by the random number generator too often.
Anytime I see ECM on the field, I'm just reminded of Ryload's ECM drone shitpost video, which is just, it makes me smile every time I watch that.
Mate, I've ECM drones and me have this relationship. I've been jammed out by 2 of them in a battleship, and it's just pain.
And there's
Oh,
nothing you can
Guardian
do.
got-
It's just, you're sitting there. There goes the Guardian. He's about to explode.
Yeah, goodbye. But yeah, ECM, it's it's a truly painful way to die. Good fights in League 1, that's fair.
As the
Yeah,
Guardian
it's,
finally goes down.
It's really all over but the crying for Darkseid here, unfortunately.
We gotta talk about it. Double Pilgrim Arbitrator. Just surely one would be overkill, right? Well, they brought 3. 2 very expensive ones too, because they're not quite at the point as other things, but they're still more expensive than just bringing arbitrators. 2 pilgrims, like what were they? What do you think they were thinking there?
I
think
mean, they saw the scariness of, they saw the ban on the Balgorn, and they were like, oh well, pilgrims and curses and arbitrators are still a thing. Let's bring those.
They're the one that banned the Balgorn.
It was a ruse. Didn't really pay off very well though.
The delay was delicious.
Oh,
Oh well, they did alright, all things considered, but this was kind of like a hard matchup for them to even attempt. I will ask them, please go back to the drawing board and make a better comp, because Triple Dragger is not going to cut it when you've got nothing but control. You haven't got nothing to control.
This is the second triple Draugr setup we've seen, and they don't seem to do. And this is coming from somebody who absolutely loves the Draugr. In fact, when it came out, I think I was responsible single-handedly for feeding so many of the damn things that it got buffed.
Good on you, mate. Good on you. Well, let's go back to Amar. We'll chill there and chat. Just continue relaxing over here on the casting couch. Ignore the stains, mate. Ignore the stains.
we are seeing some interesting scenes of rainbow ships going nuts at the moment. People fitting rainbow crystals on their lasers, and a paladin's now shooting.
Big respect. Also, I love the angle for the triangle ship. Hell yeah.
I
That
think
does look pretty sexy.
I think the real issue with the Draugrs we're having in this competition is, while yes, they do a lot of damage, they don't have enough range. They have to be the control ships, and usually when you control stuff, you spread it out, which means they can't apply their damage. People make the mistake of looking at them on paper and saying, oh, this, with the 3 of them, we actually do a decent amount of damage. This comp actually can work out. But they don't realize that in order for your control ships to also be your damage ships, they need to be something that shoots long range. So they need to be something like a Jackdaw, which can hold something down and then fire its light missiles at the other side. That still applies all its damage while holding stuff down at long range. Whereas a Draugr can't. And even if it does, swapping to the long range missile type will then reset your spool if you've been shooting something closer.
There's a secondary problem as well, which is you can have damage at long range, which is nice. You can also just have quick damage, get in quickly, hit hard, like exploit a hole when you can. The Draugr does neither. It relies
Yeah,
on
it
to
does.
sit there
It
and shoot
takes
for long.
forever. It takes
Yeah.
forever to spool up, and I mean that time you've kind of wasted a lot of time getting those Draugrs to spool up. Not only that, but they're also not the tankiest things in the world. They kind of explode easily, and when they explode, that's your links off the field. It's, you know, those are valuable points that you could definitely spend elsewhere.
Yeah, that's the correct number of T's there, Brett. But yeah, it's everyone's picked on like the triple dragon. I'm not entirely sure. I would love to hear from some of those teams how they got to that result, because I'm assuming that came from some level of scrim or some theory crafting somewhere. That 2 teams, different teams entirely, have come to the same thought. One went full damage, and the other one went so much control. I would love to know what's going on there, because there must be some. Oh god, the T's are growing. Well, while we chill here, shall we start looking at the next one, or we want to chill out for a bit more first, eh?
We
I'll
have
tell you right
one
now,
set
I'm
of
jumping
bands
off.
I can see.
Ooh. Wait, do we only have one of them?
We've only got one set of bands here. We've got bands from the next match is Camelot versus Snuffed Out.
I have a
And,
full set of
the
bands
next-
here.
Oh, do you? Okay, I've only seen the first. There's the second set.
There
Yes.
we go. All right then. So snuffed bands. There's drops. I'm pretty sure, right? We got drops going on.
Yes, for everybody watching at home, the drops from yesterday continue to today because the stream was only for 3 hours and 59 minutes, which doesn't include the 4 hours that you need to watch for the drops to be included. Plus, we don't think everyone's going to watch them all. So for this weekend, it's just one segment of drops. If you got them yesterday, you've got them today. We are also connected to the drops on the main CCP channel, so if you have them there, you have them here, and if you have them here, you have them there.
Things working together the way they should, eh? Beautiful. Do we have the bands for the other team? We only have the main band, the first bands.
No, I've seen. Okay, so do you want to fire off with those then, Brett? I
Yes,
see both.
certainly.
I can rattle them off.
Camelot have banned Sleipnir, Orthrus, Kisriel, which are those two, as we've seen them rush battle cruisers, as well as an Orthrus for controlling range. And Snuff have banned Abaddon, Scimitar, and Curse.
Interesting. So the Slip Orth Kiss bands are becoming very common. We've seen them almost consistently. At least 2 of the 3. Meanwhile, Snuff are playing an entirely different game. I wonder if they're still thinking they've got a Sino, because that is just such an entirely different band strategy to everyone else. Abaddon. Okay. That leaves...
Abaddon ban is completely rando. There's a curse ban out there. I'm going to come out of left field and say we're going to see a Balgorn here, maybe.
Oh, God.
I mean, it is Snuff. Snuff did bring the Demos comp at one point, so... I mean, it's potential.
I think about the Abaddon is Abaddon is just a budget paladin in this comp. It just sits, it doesn't move much, and it shoots long range. It has a little bit less nuke control, but still does a lot of damage.
A little bit less. It has no nuke control. It only has guns.
Now, the reason people may be banning Abaddon is because they think we can beat the Paladins because they take up that much space. But if someone drops it down to Abaddons and gives them a little bit more control, we just get kind of caught away from our opponents and can't really rush down the Abaddons like we want to.
Is potentially very true. Abaddon as well is actually a surprisingly good budget brawler as well.
Yes.
It can shoot things at range, or it can also just sit there. And with Logi, it takes down any single battleship. With Logi, of course.
Yes, I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay silent until the teams are on the grid.
Oh.
But
Do you see teams?
My UI has updated, and
I'm not. He's got early warning.
I am not going to mention anything until people get on grid. But
mate, I can hear it in your voice.
Wingnut, give us. Who do you think is going to win here, Camelot or Snuffed Out?
Oh man! Every time I go back snuffing this crap, they end up doing something stupid. But you know what?
I'm gonna go for my votes with the Knights of the Round Table on this one.
Yep. For Camelot.
Okay. So people are starting to land on grid, which means warping has been enabled, and no matter what I say, is going to affect the match. So holy shit, my favorite ship is on the field. You see it. And now everybody's landing. I'm going to bring us over to the grid.
This is going to be very interesting.
And here we
It's
are.
Wally. Everyone wave, guys.
And here we are live at the grid with 2 of these things.
Double Megathron.
All the way.
Someone just slapped their freaking dick on the table. It's like, yeah, all right, then, boys, let's play.
They banned all the rangy stuff that can run away. They banned the Orthrus and went, okay, hold my beer, we're going in.
To be fair, 2 Confessors are going to be very good at tackling these guys.
Yep.
So this is going to be very,
Yep.
very... Like, they're going to try and rush in. It's not going to potentially work for them. But I love it. I'm so about this.
Yep.
Is
Unfortunately,
good.
they've gone. Unfortunately, they've gone against the one ship that can hold them down and not be tracked by a Megathron, a pair of
Oh, yeah.
Confessors.
Yeah.
But the Geddons are
here he
going
goes.
in.
Now he's coming in. Here they
Of course
come.
they're going in. It's not like they're going to run away, are they? They're going straight in.
And they're
This is gonna be a
certainly
nice
being
big
shot.
brawl, outrange. Joe's is getting a lot of damage here, and then meanwhile, Snuffed is trying to headshot Necali and the Oneros. It's going to be an
Yeah, he
interesting
was
race.
too close. He was way too close.
And he didn't pull away either.
He's not propped.
No,
No, he's
There he-
no, he's absolutely going down. Like, yeah, that's see you later, Oneros, which is
I think he
Now-
didn't move. He just did not move for way too long.
yeah. If anyone's not experienced tournaments before, you can't click any movement commands before the timer says go. So if you've done practice beforehand and you've got into the habit of double clicking as the timer hits 0, that will fail on a tournament client because you'll double click and it won't register your commands until
My trick
first
is to put it on F1, double clicking, keep spamming F1. Like put your prop on F1. Just spam it and just try your best. But yeah, look, I would have loved to see this without the Oneros dying. It would have been very interesting to see, but let's all admit, with the Oneros gone, this is dead. This is over. The Megathron, we are all proud of it. We're glad they put their dicks on the table with this. They just sent it, but it's over already. They can't break through anymore.
no,
So-
and everything else is just going to kite away from those Megathrons, and then they're not really going to be able to. I mean, what are they going to do? Loading all ammo?
Salute. It was a glorious try, boys. Like seriously, the big respect.
I mean, I love the Megathron as much as
It's a
anybody.
silly choice. I love it. It's
It was just not the right choice in this instance. Balgorn's might have been better. You never know.
no.
no. God, Balgorns are close to 50-60 points on their own.
That's true. Actually, you can only bring one.
Bloody 2.5 man comp.
Maybe that 4-man comp that we saw on the first weekend could bring it.
That was the what was that? The triple Praxis, and then there was something else that was just sitting.
Yes, that an AI chose that team. I also
Actually-
Go on.
Thalia go pop.
I also think what was quite important was the Oneros was at the moment go within range of both
warped him
Navy
too close.
Armageddon newts. So regardless of if he tried to prop away, he'd have instantly been capped out and would have had to wait until he caps back up to prop again.
I mean, you could have gotten away. You could have done like double click away, mic warp drive, get capped out, spam cap booster, and do it. Like you could have gotten away with that, but I think it was a bit too slow. And that was it. Oh man.
Because the reason I think this happens and the reason why you see people staying still beyond the start of the match is because a lot of people practice, and when they practice, they don't use a tournament tool because they don't have any refs. They'll use like scrim rules where a person makes a timer. And I will admit, a lot of people double click before people say go because there's no official timer. They're kind of used to it. When a match becomes live, they don't realize that the tournament tool removes any commands until that go is available. So if you're used to making commands as people say go, or the tournament tool says go, if you mistime it by half a second, anything you do in that half a second, which is activating modules, activating prop, double clicking, all of that is irrelevant until you do that command again.
Give him the old
mean,
dick twist. Sorry, I'm just throwing someone in the chat.
It really becomes like it becomes very tricky, right? Because that Oneros had to basically start moving as soon as they said
Yeah.
go because it was so close, and it didn't start moving. It actually just kind of sat there and died.
But there's the counterpoint that if he wastes his opening moments, if he wastes in a different situation, if they don't shoot the Oneris first and they shoot, say, like Confessor or Pontifex, if he wastes his opening moments, burn away, he's not locking everybody up. That Confessor's dead before he finishes locking.
This is also very true. I mean, Confessors, depends how tanky they are. If you throw it in defensive mode, you've got, a good 6 or 7 seconds before you explode.
On a separate note, maybe they've shot the Pontifex down and you're out of links. Anyway, after that match is finished, we are going back to Amar and watching the 2 Amar ships shoot each other.
Are they still doing that?
Yep, they still are.
Yes.
And we're back.
Well, hey, one's an Amar ship, the other one is some filthy triangle ship.
It has Amar scanners.
They just picked the right one. That doesn't mean it's a triangle ship. Hey, look, I've got 1 T now. This is great. But yeah, that match I would have loved to have seen again without the Oneris not burning away. And if the Oneris had actually started further away as well, like that could have been interesting. I still think it would have gone Snuff's way. But a double Megathron comp with proper Logisport would have been fun to watch. It's kind of a shame.
Yes, it is.
I mean, the snuffed out team only had the 2 Thalias as their logi. If the 2 Megathrons were able to get on top of, I mean, they were starting to chunk Joseph for a bit there. He definitely went into sort of 3/4, maybe a little less armor. Yeah, if the Megatrons were able to do their thing, it would have been a very interesting match, because if you get one of those Armageddon Navy issues off the table, all of a sudden 2 Megathrons up against 1 Armageddon Navy, and then just a bunch of small stuff. Like, once you get all that extra damage off the table and that nuke pressure, you've got not much damage left. Certainly not enough to take down 2 Megathrons.
Yeah, the issue is the Navy Megatrons are very, very tanky for their hull size, which is why you see them being brought a lot, because they just bring so much to the table that other things don't.
Yeah, they are a very, very powerful ship.
Hey, Michael, how you doing, mate? Welcome back.
Hello, Brett. Brett asked me to come chat with you guys.
Yes, since you've just won, would you like to talk about your processes for that match and how you thought it went?
I thought that went really well. Our one of our Logifreak pilots, bless his heart, did a little bit of an oopsies, but it was okay.
Yes, he did.
He scared the absolute shit out of me, but it was okay. Also, Wally can't join because it's max 4. Anyways,
I'm about to leave, so we can join in.
Okay, so yeah, that match went pretty much exactly how we wanted it to. We thought it was very likely they would bring the dual mega, and we knew if they did, we could simply split up the megas, and the Ged Navies would donk a T2 cruiser easily, and it went exactly how we thought it would. The Celestis was essentially useless the entire time because we were all at 0. So yeah, it was good.
Yeah, that was strictly winning based off of comp.
Yeah, it was just
Like,
a comp matchup.
The moment we landed, it was confirmed it was 2 megas. Like, me and the other Getting Navy just knew what to do.
Yeah, you did. I love the Megathrons, but I really think against two Navy Armageddons, I don't think they were gonna have a good time there.
The enemy Oni was in perfect nuke range too, which kind of screwed them over.
Yes.
But it took 3.5 seconds to lock him and 4 seconds to make him dry. Like he just stopped moving after that.
Yes.
I don't know if it was noticed on stream, but the second mega also got his guns neutered off at one point.
Yeah, all damage
Which
dropped. It was nice.
Real feels bad. Yeah.
Not for us, but yeah.
1 second, guys. I'm just sorting out some stuff in the background. So keep on talking among yourselves. How did you see anything interesting in any good piloting on your opponent's side? Let's not make it all about Snuff.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, one of the megas, he was cognizant enough to realize that our Logi got a little too close, and he just took him out before anyone could react. He did a very good job of watching our pilots and making a decision after the fact. He did a good job.
I was going to say that Thalia exploded suspiciously quickly.
Oh yeah, he was staying in rep range of the Geddon that was being primaried, and in doing so, got too close to a Mega, and the Mega was able to scramble up him and just apply fully. It was good, very good reaction from him. That could have actually turned the tide.
I will say maybe they should have. I feel fine giving advice now that we've already won. They probably should have killed the other Deacon because we were still able to hold their next few primaries with just the one Deacon.
Do you think with their damage only being left as the Megathron, do you think they could have applied that decently well?
They did it for the first one. They could have steamrolled into the second one as well. I really think so.
I think you implied.
I think at that point they still had the Ponti alive as well.
Yeah, the Ponti was doing good drone damage. Not only that, the Mega still had drone damage that they could apply.
It was not an ideal target, but
yes,
yeah.
Because you implied that the first Deacon only died because it got within Scram web range. If that didn't apply to the second one, how do you think that would have went?
Oh, he's a much harder target, but like
Yes.
at that point in time, they have no good targets. Is the issue
Yeah.
they have at that point?
Yeah.
Like
They could have tried to shoot a Confessor, but that would have tanked forever.
And like, well, it wasn't long after that we made the call for the both Festers just to run after the Celestis. So.
And by then our newts were just cycling over because once the Oni was gone, all of our newts were on one Mega, right? While we're killing one, so there's not a lot they could have done there. But yeah, them. I'll tell you what. When we heard like, "Hey, I'm dying," we're like, "What? How?" Like we couldn't believe that one of our Thalias was dying.
Something is wrong.
Shit talk Blue too much. He's done a
Yeah.
very good
He's
job.
a phenomenal logic pilot, but
he had one brain fart. I've had much worse brain farts in the tournament in AT actually. So I really can't
during
talk
that
about
fight,
shit.
I overheated my Enso. I didn't even get shot once. So I'm kidding.
So are you free to talk up and stick around for the next match? We have 20
Oh,
minutes
there's another
left.
match?
Yeah, there's one last match before the end. It's about to start in 5 minutes. Do you just want to stick around for it, or shall I?
Oh hell yeah!
Nuke, yeah, I got nothing better to do. Let's go.
I'll stick around. Yeah, I'm not gonna do Sunday Fun Day today. That was yesterday.
Okay.
Wally, it's your boys. It's your boys, Riba. They're back.
Great.
Oh, dude, I don't even need. Dude, they win. It's just that easy. They're my boy.
The next match is Riba versus Riba Dot versus Exodunks. Riba Dot have banned Curse, Hyena, Sleipnir. Exodunks have banned Gila, Orthrus, Jackdaw. What do you think of those bans?
I need to see. I'm old. All right, I'm almost 40, so I already forgot everything you said. I gotta look at it on the spreadsheet. All right, so I see Curse, Hyena, Sleipnir by Riba. Exodunks is banning Gila, Orthrus, Jackdaw. Riba bans are pretty meta. You know, Sleipnir we've seen very common. We've seen the Curse often as well, and the Hyena's a very versatile ship as we've seen. And Exodus are very good at kiting, so it makes sense to get rid of the Hyena, get rid of the Curse, obviously because no one wants to deal with it. The Exodus banning out the Gila, Orthrus, Jackdaw. That's, I mean, again, meta picks. I can't wait to see what loads grid.
Okay. People are now on grid, so I can definitely.
Nuke, share your screen.
I'm not logged in on the cam account. Sorry.
God, what a dork.
Fine.
There's some ships here that I knew I was gonna see. I was almost 100% sure I was gonna see.
Okay, we are wiping to grid now. Here we are. We have Riba bringing Zarmat, Dual Kisriel, Blackbird, Pontifex, Vector, Molus, whereas Exodunks have Leshak, Oniros, Pilgrim, Magus, Negel, Crew,
Okay.
Retribution.
Can we just talk about how they picked a Zarmazad without knowing that they'd be facing a Leshak? That is huge.
Yes.
That's gigantic.
Yes.
Spooling reps versus spooling damage.
Yeah, and not only that, they're armor Kisriels. Like, that's huge.
Oof. How do armor Kisriels compare to shield Kisriels?
The damage isn't that different.
They still do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they still do a bunch of damage. You've got mids for tracking computers, so your damage effectively is much further. I'm guessing, knowing Yabby, these Kisriels have some form of tackle. The Blackbird Mollusk combo, very strong. The enemy team only has a Pilgrim, really. for control. The Kruger,
Pilgrim-
right? The Kruger can web, it can nuke, but it's gonna have a bad time against Kizreals that can web it down.
I think
I will say the Pilgrim here, you can definitely tell it is a. Oh shit! They banned out Cursed. Well, I guess we're bringing
Yes,
Pilgrim.
yeah. They banned Curse, so that makes sense. But
a really interesting thing to watch here is the Maulus can dump all its range damps onto the Leshak. That may be possible to break its spool that way if it's having
Absolutely.
range issues.
yeah.
Which might be
not
the
only
make
that-
or break situation here.
At the start of the match, though, the Maulus should really be focusing on the Pilgrim.
Mhm.
That way, the Kizreals can load range and try to get rid of a Retri, Kruger, or Nurgle, right? But sadly, it looks like the Pilgrim was able to put its
They're going after that
or
Kruger
TDs.
right away.
Yeah,
They-
they're putting the
they're
TDs
getting
on the
hits.
Kizreal, though, which hurts.
They're getting hits on the Kruger at least. He's holding now though. They that Oneros is going to be able to put out quite a bit.
Yeah, they were
is
trying to go for
possibly
that
getting
drive
jammed,
and
though.
all.
The Maulus isn't microing. I'm a little confused by that.
Yeah, it isn't moving
Maulus
that
is not
far
going
away.
that
That
fast.
Leshak is getting much too close to that Maulus.
Yeah, I'm very confused by that. The Lishak with really any ammo is going to track an EAF, no problem. Or even just a T1 E-War frigate.
Yes, but do you shoot the... Is it worth
The
shooting the
Leshak
Maulus?
is spooling on the Blackbird, by the way.
It is.
I think that is the play here, because I think if you
He's-
try and spill on the Maulus, you'll kill it too quickly. That it's not
He's
worth
out tracking himself pretty hard right now.
He's way too close. Yeah.
But now that he was out
He's
tracking
got
himself, which
grapple
is why
and
we didn't
web.
notice. But now he's going to start hitting, and I think I don't know. I think he's too close for the Maulus to be able to snap it with all range.
Yeah,
Maybe we're gonna see if the Zarm's able to out rep the Leshak damage. So
On a Blackbird, that's a hard target. to
yeah,
hit. And
no,
the
that's
Maulus.
yeah,
This is the issue with the Zarm. The Maulus is taking damage at the same time.
yeah.
You can't jump your rep back and forth, or you lose the whole strength of the spooling rep.
not
I
unless
think-
Yeah,
not unless the
100%.
Maulus is right on top of you.
And that's the Maulus gone right there. It just explodes because the poor Zarm can't rep more than one target.
And the Zarm
Although
chooses. I think
The Zarm has other reps as well. It's not just
it should be
the-
fit with other
It does. I'm looking at it right now. It's got more than that.
Logi
It just
drones, yeah.
doesn't have bonus range for those reps, so that Maulus would have to be right
Yep.
on top of the Zarmans to
Yeah.
get reps.
I will
It
say
looks
the
like they're going to
Leshak.
split Zarm though.
The Leshak looks like the primary right now for
Yeah.
Ryba. I will say the choice to keep the Blackbird up over the Maulus is absolutely the right one.
Huge. Yeah.
But
Is that
I don't
Leshak
think-
shooting the Kizreal now?
yes, he has swapped
Yes.
his spool over to the Kizreal Tiger.
I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think
on
that's
the
a very
Tiger.
good. That's not a great choice. Like on it.
I mean,
So if I were Ryba, you need to start getting rid of all this ancillary support, right? Get rid of the Kruger, get rid of the Nurgle. Keep jamming
Get
the
rid of the
Oni. You'll
Retri.
find that window of opportunity. That's like 12 to 1800 DPS from the Kizreals, and they can load Hail there against an armor comp. So
I mean, this Kiz is taking a
it
lot more
is
damage.
it is getting chunked.
I would have
But
thought he
the-
would be able to hold easier if they held a Blackbird. But
There still
they
is no
should be-
Zarm rep on that Kizreal. Just the other reps.
What's
Just now. I don't know what that Zarm's doing.
No,
He did not have the spooling rep on that Kizreal this entire time. Just the other
Oh,
rep.
I'm not sure if the Zarm's going to be able to hold him now. He's bleeding in the strike.
If he was spooling from the start, maybe. But that's rough.
He messed up big time.
So yeah, it's a little late. Yeah, there it is, and that's a ton of damage down from Ryba.
Yeah,
It's like
that's not good.
no.
You-
Now, what does Exodunks go for here on Ryba? Do they go for the Zarm or are
The
they gonna?
Kizreal.
Yeah,
Just get rid of the
Although they-
DPS.
It is
seem-
neuting
they seem to
and
be
applying damage to the Zarms, because the Zarm is close enough that it is getting new pressure from that Leshak.
Oh, it's getting full EWAR now. So
Yep.
Zarm may die here.
Yeah,
be interesting to see if the Blackbird can land some jams on that Leshak and get some of that nuke pressure and DPS off of the Zarm.
Yeah, I feel like Exodunks is definitely in the driving seat at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with that before that Kiz loss, like even though they had killed one ship, it hadn't really swung the match. That Kiz dying was
Huge.
ugh.
Leshak is still spooling on the Zarm. Blackbird's being neutered out.
Blackbird is super newt vulnerable.
Yeah.
A lot of times people don't fit him with an injector because they just want to get more ECM on, and then as soon as you get smacked with a newt, you just
You suffer.
collapse.
However, even under new pressure, he was able to start jamming the Leshek. I still see it spooling though.
Yeah, I think he missed.
It definitely tried.
Yep, an attempt was made.
Is this going to be the first Leshak win of the first weekend? Have we seen
Is
the
it
Leshak
really?
I
win
mean,
Have
before?
they
it's
never won before?
looking that way because the Zarm of Hillary just blew up, and now Ryba's got nothing really.
I mean,
This
yeah,
is
I
a
totally
tough spot.
expect I
Tough
totally
spot
expect
for
the
Ryba.
Lesheks to win this now, but I'm surprised that no one's won of one before this entire tournament so far. Really?
That is surprising. Leshek's powerful.
Leshak has only been brought once.
Ah, well.
Did it go against like a Genin or Redeemer comp?
I'm unsure. Apparently, Twitch chat say Leshak's won 2 matches they won, so I might
Okay,
be mistaken.
Leshek is insanely strong. I'd be surprised if it lost.
The only
To be fair, it's one of those things that's insanely strong, but it also baits a lot of teams into going way too hard into it and not having
Yeah.
the support.
And also, improper bans will make your Leshek comp fail. Exodus did very well here. Very well.
Yeah, we're seeing this second Kesriel going down now, finally. It is.
I will say,
The Blackbird's also getting chunked out of his armor. He's about to enter structure as well.
yeah, if the Zarm, I don't know what happened. Maybe he thought he was spooling, and then they started screaming like, I'm dying, you know? But I think if the Zarm were spooling at the proper time, I don't think that Kisra would have ever died. Also,
yeah, I mean, the Zarm was having no problem with the holding that Blackbird alive, and the Kizrael's definitely got a lot more EHP on him.
I'm according to Twitch chat, which is not always the most reliable, he may have gotten neuted out. Which there is a Pilgrim and there is a Leshak here and a Kruger,
I will
but I
take
didn't
the word
see.
of McDurr. He's on that team, so he probably has some insider info. We didn't see
yep,
the
there
Zarm
you
getting
go.
neuted, but this overlay isn't always 100% accurate. So that makes a lot of sense.
You're right. I remember him from earlier, but he was that Vexor Navy pilot. That
Yeah, he was a
tackled
hero, an actual god on the battlefield.
So yeah, that seems that would make sense, especially with there's a Kruger, there's a Pilgrim, there's a Leshak, there's a lot of new pressure, and the Pilgrim actually has some pretty good range on its new pressure, so we wouldn't have necessarily had to see him sit on top of the Zarm. The GFs are in local. Exodunks does not get their 150, but it will not matter.
Yeah, the match is now finally over because the timer's over. I'm going to pass us back to Amar and see if anyone starts shooting each other there. Now, unfortunately, this is the end of the stream today. That is the last match on the schedule. We have about 5-10 minutes if we want to talk about the rest of that match. But thank you, everybody, for coming to watch us so far. What do you think of that match?
That was kind of it was a blowout. It was nice and close at the start. It definitely felt like Ryba had a chance.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it was at the start. I felt like it was their game to lose because I think they controlled that Leshak really well, and it was trying to shoot Immortus. I think at that point they very easily could have shot something else, got their damage applied really well, and snowballed the game from there. Unfortunately, they just couldn't break through the Oneirus's damage, and they couldn't catch the Oneirus.
Yeah, maybe if they had gotten, if both the Kizzes had stayed alive, maybe they can punch through the. He was taking a fair amount of damage, but yeah, they had nothing that could deal with the Oneirus other than hoping for a lucky jam off of the Blackbird, which is not.
You don't want to rely on that. Yeah.
But the problem with that is
you do not want to rely on jams ever, really, because it's just you're gambling. And
I think it's fine if you're relying on jams. If you have enough DPS that you can punch through your target in a single jam cycle. If you have to rely on getting multiple in a row to get your kill, it's where you're really going to be in pain.
Yeah, basically 2 Kizrils. We're looking with Hail about 1800 DPS. You're not killing a battleship in 20 seconds with that. It's just not happening.
If they were on a smaller target, maybe the Pilgrim or the Kruger tackle down. That's something you can kill with a single lucky jam, actually getting you a kill there. But yeah, shooting the Leshak means one jam doesn't get you anything other than you make his armor go a little bit lower and then he comes back.
Yeah, and that looks definitely harder than it seems when you're looking at the match from home. How do you think the matches have gone so far today? Has there been any that have stood out to you other than your own?
So
Let me look again.
I want to say the first couple of matches they were just one sided, right?
Yes.
It either came down to pilot skill, right? Which is what you want, right? You want to be better than your opponent. But then there were a couple that were just straight comp mismatches. Like there was almost no hope that you would win. I'm trying to think of like a very standout fight. And it's confusing because I've been watching both.
The Fancy Pants versus Trashier Tryhards, which is a Horde group versus
Oh,
an EVE
yeah.
group, was actually an amazing match to me. Like that
Yeah,
was a
that
very
was
fun
good.
match to watch,
Was that
despite
the
it being
one?
two relatively low tier groups. It went all the way through overtime. It went all the way to time
Yeah.
in overtime.
That was my favorite match so far. But on that bombshell, with the first match ending, with the first stream going to the last couple of minutes of their final match, we're going to call it here. And thank you, everybody who's been here to watch us. Thank everybody who's been here behind the streams, which is all the referees. And thank all of you at home who've been having a lot of fun here with us and just enjoying the matches that have gone on so far. Nuke, Wally, thank you for everything you've done so far today. You've helped us a lot on our kind of chill stream, and I hope to see you next week when you're
Absolutely.
not playing.
Thanks for having us.
I'll be back. Absolutely.
This is BTT. I'm gonna slide you out to the outro.